The police are now almost half ex-Contras, it is estimated. The U.S. failure to regain total control of the security forces has caused much outrage in Washington and the press. One major reason for the U.S. war against Nicaragua was to restore that traditional control, so that the security forces can once again impose the regional standards of El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, as in the Somoza days. 45. Since the USPAC-UNO government won the February 1990 election, rural poverty has drastically increased because of the acceleration of neoliberal policies, which has wreaked havoc on Nicaragua's small and medium-sized farmers, Carr reports. In much of the countryside, people are becoming more desperate each day, with more than 70% of the children in these areas suffering malnutrition and between 65% to 89% of the population unemployed. In the Atlantic Coast region, not only are farmers suffering, but fishermen are losing 80% of their livelihood to foreign companies which the UNO government has authorized to fish in the Atlantic coast waters. Serious diseases that were eradicated under the Sandinistas are now common in the region, where 90% of residents are unable to satisfy basic needs. A representative of the National Union of Farmers and Cattle Ranchers, UNAG, says that the stringent credit requirements for peasant farmers are killing us. Large non-traditional farms get all the funding they need, but a subsistence farmer growing beans or com to feed his family is allowed to go bankrupt and starve. 32,000 families are surviving on roots and empty tortillas with salt, UNAG reports. Opening of the economy, reeling under the impact of the U.S. embargo and the terrorist war, has forced Nicaragua's homegrown industries to compete with giant multinational companies, John Otis observes. As the country is flooded with foreign products, small industries have declined from 3,800 when Chamorro took office to 2,500 2 years later. Nicaragua even imports its own national beer from Wisconsin, under a Nicaraguan label. Importers, middlemen, luxury goods shops, and the local wealthy are doing fine, along with the foreigners for whom the policies are designed. The rest can wait for trickle down, including the 50% or more unemployed. 46. Per capita income has fallen to the level of 1945, real wages amount to 13% of their 1980 value, still falling. Infant mortality and low birth weight are increasing, reversing earlier progress. The reduction of the healthcare budget by 40% in March 1991 has seriously affected the already insufficient supply of medicines. Hospitals for the general public barely function, though the rich can have what they need as the country returns to the Central American mode. The right to health care no longer exists in post-war Nicaragua, apart from those rich enough to pay, the Evangelical Church, CPAD, reports. A survey of prostitutes found that 80% had taken up the trade in the last year, many of them teenagers. In May 1992, the U.S. Congress suspended over $100 million of already approved aid, objecting to alleged government assistance to Sandinista organizations and failure to return property to former owners. Extra-officially, it was learned that the government will give priority to United States citizens, to prominent Nicaraguan business people and to leaders of the former Contras, the Mexican press reported, notably the North American Rosario Mining Co., which claims the gold mining installations in the Northeast. The central issue is whether the more than 100,000 peasant families who received land or title to land which they were already working under the Sandinista administration will be able to keep their lands, as had been promised in the UNO program, Lisa Hoggard of the Central American Historical Institute observes. Another issue is the independence of the security forces. In accord with long-standing policy, Washington insists that they be under U.S. control, that Sandinista officials be dismissed, to use the code words preferred by government media propaganda. Other industrial countries, not having the traditional interest in running our little region over here, dismiss these demands as absurd, considering the Sandinista FSLN to be a solidly structured party with a significant political weight, the only large popular-based party in the country, Ditlev Nolte, head of Germany's Institute of Ibero-American Studies. They object to the U.S. policy of again polarizing the situation, another German Latin American specialist adds. When the congressional hold on aid was dropped, the Bush administration held it back anyway, in line with its deep commitment to bar even a minimal show of independence. 47. As we gaze on what we have accomplished and envision the glorious future that awaits, we can take pride in having served as an inspiration for the triumph of democracy in our time, as the new republic exulted after the elections had been won by the right side in Nicaragua, a level playing field having been established by Washington's stern warning that any other outcome would be followed by continued economic strangulation and terror. We can, in short, join the editors in their praise for Washington's terror and violence, giving Reagan and co. good marks for the gratifying mounds of mutilated corpses and hordes of starving children in Central America, recognizing, as they advised, that we must send military aid to Latin-style fascists, regardless of how many are murdered, because there are higher American priorities than Salvadoran human rights. 48. Recall that in accord with official convention, the economic catastrophe of the past years in Latin America is the result of statism, populism, Marxism, and other evils, now to be cured by the newly discovered virtues of monetarism and the free market. This picture is a complete fabrication, James Petras and Steve View point out. The highly touted new discoveries are just those that have led to catastrophe in the past, with no little aid from US-sponsored terror and economic warfare. Furthermore, neoliberal dogma has ruled for years in these US-run testing areas. Social expenditures dropped sharply from 1980, leading to public health disaster and educational collapse. Except for the rich, growth stagnated or declined. There was one area of progress: privatization, providing great advantages to wealthy sectors at home and abroad, and diminishing public revenues still further when efficiently run. Surplus-producing operations were sold off, as in Chile. The brutal austerity programs of the 1980s were obviously the work of doctrinaire neoliberals, they point out, and the dismal results are directly traceable to their ideological fervor. The huge debt accumulated through the partnership of domestic military economic elites and foreign banks awash with petrodollars is to be paid by the poor. Wage earners sacrificed the most in making available the surplus needed to make payments on the external debt, the UN World Economic Survey 1990 observed. More than any geographic area in the world, correspondent Mark Cooper writes, Latin America over the past decade took seriously the promise of the Reagan Revolution, not quite by choice. The decade was marked by privatization, deregulation, free trade, destruction of unions and popular organizations, opening of resources, including national parks and reserves, to foreign investors, and all the rest of the package. The effects have been disastrous, predictably. 49. The celebration in the doctrinal institutions is also entirely predictable. Blame for past catastrophes has to be shifted to the shoulders of others. Any role that the U.S. masters have played is, by definition, marginal at most, to be attributed to Cold War imperatives. And as the old doctrines produce new economic miracles, there is every reason for the ideologues of privilege to applaud, as they always have, and as they will continue to do as long as power offers them that task. Chapter 8. The Tragedy of Haiti. 1. The first free nation of free men. Haiti was more than the New World's second oldest republic, anthropologist Ira Lowenthal observed, more than even the first black republic of the modern world. Haiti was the first free nation of free men to arise within, and in resistance to, the emerging constellation of Western European empire. The interaction of the New World's two oldest republics for 200 years again illustrates the persistence of basic themes of policy, their institutional roots and cultural concomitants. The Republic of Haiti was established on January 1, 1804, after a slave revolt expelled the French colonial rulers and their allies. The revolutionary chiefs discarded the French Saint-Domingue in favor of the name used by the people who had greeted Columbus in 1492, as he arrived to establish his first settlement in Europe's New World. The descendants of the original inhabitants could not celebrate the liberation. They had been reduced to a few hundred within 50 years from a pre-Columbian population estimated variously from hundreds of thousands to 8 million, with none remaining at all, according to contemporary French scholars, when France took the western third of Hispaniola, now Haiti, from Spain in 1697. The leader of the revolt, Toussaint L'Ouverture, could not celebrate the victory either. He had been captured by deceit and sent to a French prison to die a slow death from cold and misery, in the words of a 19th-century French historian. Medical anthropologist Paul Farmer observes that Haitian school children to this day know by heart his final words as he was led to prison: "In overthrowing me, you have cut down in Saint-Domingue only the tree of liberty. It will spring up again by the roots, for they are numerous and deep." 1. The tree of liberty broke through the soil again in 1985, as the population revolted against the murderous Duvalier dictatorship. After many bitter struggles, the popular revolution led to the overwhelming victory of Haiti's first freely elected president, the populist priest Jean-Bertrand Aristide. 7 months after his February 1991 inauguration, he was driven from office by the military and commercial elite who had ruled for 200 years, and would not tolerate loss of their traditional rights of terror and exploitation. As soon as the last Duvalier had fled Haiti, Puerto Rican ethno-historian Jalil Soud-Badillo recounts, an angry crowd toppled the statue of Christopher Columbus in Port-au-Prince and threw it in the sea, protesting the ravages of colonialism under a long line of despots from Columbus to Duvalier, and on to today's rulers, who have reinstated Duvalier savagery. There were similar scenes in the neighboring Dominican Republic, subjected to a US-imposed terror regime after another Marine invasion in 1965 and a victim of IMF fundamentalism from the early 1980s. In February 1992, President Balaguer unleashed his security forces to beat peaceful demonstrators who were protesting the exorbitant expenditures shelled out for the 500-year celebration while the average Dominican starves, the Council on Hemispheric Affairs reported. Its centerpiece is a multi-million-dollar 100-foot-high half-mile-long recumbent cross with powerful searchlights that rises above a slum of rat-infested shacks where malnourished, illiterate children slosh through the fetid water that washes through the streets during tropical rainstorms, the news services reported. Slums were cleared to accommodate its sprawling terraced gardens, and a stone wall conceals the desperate poverty that its beams will soon illuminate. The huge expenses coincide with one of the worst economic crises since the 30s, the former president of the central bank pointed out. After 10 years of structural adjustment, healthcare and education have radically declined, electricity cutoffs up to 24 hours are used to ration power, unemployment exceeds 25%, and poverty is rampant. The big fish eat the little ones, one old woman says in the nearby slum. 2. Columbus described the people he found as lovable, tractable, peaceable, gentle, decorous, and their land as rich and bountiful. Hispaniola was perhaps the most densely populated place in the world, Las Casas wrote, a beehive of people, who of all the infinite universe of humanity, are the most guileless, the most devoid of wickedness and duplicity. Driven by insatiable greed and ambition, the Spanish fell upon them like ravening wild beasts, killing, terrorizing, afflicting, torturing, and destroying the native peoples with the strangest and most varied new methods of cruelty, never seen or heard of before, and to such a degree that the population is barely 200 persons, he wrote in 1552, from my own knowledge of the acts I witnessed. It was a general rule among Spaniards to be cruel, he wrote, not just cruel, but extraordinarily cruel, so that harsh and bitter treatment would prevent Indians from daring to think of themselves as human beings. As they saw themselves each day perishing by the cruel and inhuman treatment of the Spaniards, crushed to the earth by the horses, cut in pieces by swords, eaten and torn by dogs, many buried alive and suffering all kinds of exquisite tortures, they decided to abandon themselves to their unhappy fate with no further struggles, placing themselves in the hands of their enemies that they might do with them as they liked. As the propaganda mills ground away, the picture was revised to provide retrospective justification for what had been done. By 1776, the story was that Columbus found nothing but a country quite covered with wood, uncultivated, and inhabited only by some tribes of naked and miserable savages. Adam Smith. As noted earlier, it was not until the 1960s that the truth began to break through, eliciting scorn and protest from outraged loyalists. Point 3. The Spanish effort to plunder the island's riches by enslaving its gentle people were unsuccessful. They died too quickly, if not killed by the wild beasts or in mass suicide. African slaves were sent from the early 1500s, later in a flood as the plantation economy was established. Saint Domingue was the wealthiest European colonial possession in the Americas, Hans Schmidt writes, producing 3/4 of the world's sugar by 1789, also leading the world in production of coffee, cotton, indigo, and rum. The slave masters provided France with enormous wealth from the labor of their 450,000 slaves, much as in the British West Indian colonies. The white population, including poor overseers and artisans, numbered 40,000. Some 30,000 mulattoes and free Negroes enjoyed economic privileges but not social and political equality, the origins of the class difference that led to harsh repression after independence, with renewed violence today. Cubans may have seemed of dubious whiteness, but the rebels who overthrew colonial rule did not approach that status. The slave revolt, which had reached serious proportions by the end of 1791, appalled Europe, as well as the European outpost that had just declared its own independence. Britain invaded in 1793, victory would offer a monopoly of sugar, indigo, cotton, and coffee from an island which for ages, would give such aid and force to industry as would be most happily felt in every part of the empire, a British military officer wrote to Prime Minister Pitt. The United States, which had lively commerce with the French colony, sent its French rulers $750,000 in military aid as well as some troops to help quell the revolt. France dispatched a huge army, including Polish, Dutch, German, and Swiss troops. Its commander finally wrote Napoleon that it would be necessary to wipe out virtually the entire black population to impose French rule. His campaign failed, and Haiti became the only case in history of an enslaved people breaking its own chains and using military might to beat back a powerful colonial power, Farmer. The rebellion had broad consequences. It established British dominance of the Caribbean, and impelled its former colonies a long step further on their westward course as Napoleon, abandoning his hopes for an empire in the New World, sold the Louisiana Territory to the United States. The rebel victory came at tremendous cost. Much of the agricultural wealth of the country was destroyed, along with perhaps a third of the population. The victory horrified Haiti's slave-holding neighbors, who backed France's claims for huge reparations, finally accepted in 1825 by Haiti's ruling elite, who recognized them to be a precondition for entry into the global market. The result was decades of French domination of Haitian finance with a catastrophic effect on the new nation's delicate economy, Farmer observes. France then recognized Haiti, as did Britain in 1833. Simon Bolivar, whose struggles against Spanish rule were aided by the Haitian Republic on condition that he free slaves, refused to establish diplomatic relations with Haiti on becoming president of Greater Colombia, claiming that Haiti was fomenting racial conflict, refusal typical of Haiti's welcome in a monolithically racist world, Farmer comments. Haitian elites continued to be haunted by fear of conquest and a renewal of slavery, a factor in their costly and destructive invasions of the Dominican Republic in the 1850s. The U.S. was the last major power to insist that Haiti be ostracized, recognizing it only in 1862. With the American Civil War underway, Haiti's liberation of slaves no longer posed a barrier to recognition. On the contrary, President Lincoln and others saw Haiti as a place that might absorb blacks induced to leave the United States. Liberia was recognized in the same year, in part for the same reason. Haitian ports were used for Union operations against the rebels. Haiti's strategic role in control of the Caribbean became increasingly important in U.S. planning in later years, as Haiti became a plaything among the competing imperial powers. Meanwhile, its ruling elite monopolized trade, while the peasant producers in the interior remained isolated from the outside world. 2. Unselfish intervention. Between 1849 and 1913, U.S. Navy ships entered Haitian waters 24 times to protect American lives and property. Haiti's independence was scarcely given even token recognition, Schmidt observes in his Standard History, and there was little consideration for the rights of its people. They are an inferior people, unable to maintain the degree of civilization left them by the French or to develop any capacity of self-government entitling them to international respect and confidence, Assistant Secretary of State William Phillips wrote, recommending the policy of invasion and U.S. military government that President Woodrow Wilson soon adopted. Few words need be wasted on the civilization left to 90% of the population by the French, who, as an ex-slave related, hung up men with heads downward, drowned them in sacks, crucified them on planks, buried them alive, crushed them in mortars, forced them to eat shit, cast them alive to be devoured by worms, or onto anthills, or lashed them to stakes in the swamp to be devoured by mosquitoes, threw them into boiling cauldrons of cane syrup when not flaying them with the lash. To extract the wealth that helped give France its entry ticket to the rich men's club. Phillips captured prevailing attitudes with accuracy, though some, like Secretary of State William Jennings Bryan, found the Haitian elite rather amusing. Dear me, think of it, niggers speaking French, he remarked. The effective ruler of Haiti, Marine Colonel L.W.T. Waller, who arrived fresh from appalling atrocities in the conquest of the Philippines, was not amused. They are real nigger and no mistake, real nigs beneath the surface, he said, rejecting any negotiations or other bowing and scraping to these coons, particularly the educated Haitians for whom this bloodthirsty lout had a special hatred. Assistant Secretary of the Navy Franklin Delano Roosevelt, while never approaching the racist fanaticism and thuggery of his distant relative Theodore Roosevelt, shared the feelings of his colleagues. On a visit to occupied Haiti in 1917, he recorded in his diary a comment by his traveling companion, who later became the occupation's leading civilian official. Fascinated by the Haitian Minister of Agriculture, he couldn't help saying to myself, he told FDR, that man would have brought $1,500 at auction in New Orleans in 1860 for stud purposes. Roosevelt appears to have relished the story, Schmidt notes, and retold it to American Minister Norman Armour when he visited Haiti as president in 1934. The element of racism in policy formation should not be discounted, to the present day. Such thoughts were not unusual at the time of Wilson's intervention, not only in the United States. We may recall that shortly after, Winston Churchill authorized the use of chemical weapons against recalcitrant Arabs as experiment, denouncing the squeamishness of those who objected to using poisoned gas against uncivilized tribes, mainly Kurds, a policy that he strongly favored, expecting that it would spread a lively terror. For England itself, he had somewhat different plans. As Home Secretary in 1910 he had secretly proposed sterilization of 100,000 mental degenerates and the dispatch of tens of thousands of others to state-run labor camps so as to save the British race from inevitable decline if its inferior members are allowed to breed ideas that were within the bounds of enlightened opinion of the day, but have been kept secret in Home Office files because of their sensitivity, particularly after they were taken up by Hitler. 4. Given the cultural climate of the day, the character of Wilson's 1915 invasion comes as no great surprise. It was even more savage and destructive than his invasion of the Dominican Republic in the same years. Wilson's troops murdered, destroyed, reinstituted virtual slavery, and demolished the constitutional system. After ruling for 20 years, the U.S. left the inferior people in the hands of the National Guard it had established and the traditional rulers. In the 1950s, the Duvalier dictatorship took over, running the show in Guatemalan style, always with firm U.S. support. The brutality and racism of the invaders, and the dispossession of peasants as U.S. corporations took over the spoils, elicited resistance. The Marine response was savage, including the first recorded instance of coordinated air-ground combat, bombing of rebels, cacos, who were surrounded by Marines in the bush. An in-house Marine inquiry, undertaken after atrocities were publicly revealed, found that 3,250 rebels were killed, at least 400 executed, while the Marines and their locally recruited gendarmerie suffered 98 casualties, killed and wounded. Leaked Marine orders call for an end to indiscriminate killing of natives that has gone on for some time. Haitian historian Roger Gaillard estimates total deaths at 15,000, counting victims of repression and consequences of the war, which resembled a massacre. Major Smedley Butler recalled that his troops hunted the Cacos like pigs. His exploits impressed FDR, who ordered that he be awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor for an engagement in which 200 Cacos were killed and no prisoners taken, while one Marine was struck by a rock and lost 2 teeth. The leader of the revolt, Charlemagne Perrault, was killed by Marines who sneaked into his camp at night in disguise. In an attempt at war that prefigured some of Colonel Edward Lansdale's later exploits in the Philippines, the Marines circulated photos of his body in the hope of demoralizing the guerrillas. The tactic backfired, however. The photo resembled Christ on the cross, and became a nationalist symbol. Perrault took his place in the nationalist pantheon alongside of Toussaint. The invaders legalized the occupation with a unilateral declaration they called a treaty, which the client regime was forced to accept. It was then cited as imposing on the U.S. a solemn commitment to maintain the occupation. While supervising the takeover of Haiti and the Dominican Republic, Wilson built his reputation as a lofty idealist defending self-determination and the rights of small nations with impressive oratory. There is no contradiction. Wilsonian doctrine was restricted to people of the right sort. Those at a low stage of civilization need not apply, though the civilized colonial powers should give them friendly protection, guidance, and assistance, he explained. Wilson's 14 points did not call for self-determination and national independence, but rather held that in questions of sovereignty, the interests of the populations concerned must have equal weight with the equitable claims of the government whose title is to be determined, the colonial ruler. The interests of the populations would be ascertained by the advanced nations, who best comprehended the needs and welfare of the less advanced peoples. William Stivers comments, analyzing the actual import of Wilson's language and thinking. To mention one case with long-term consequences, a supplicant who sought Wilson's support for Vietnamese representation in the French Parliament was chased away from his doors with the appeal undelivered, later surfacing under the name Ho Chi Minh. 5. Another achievement of Wilson's occupation was a new constitution, imposed on the hapless country after its National Assembly was dissolved by the Marines for refusing to ratify it. The US-designed constitution overturned laws preventing foreigners from owning land, thus enabling U.S. corporations to take what they wanted. FDR later took credit for having written the Constitution, falsely it appears, though he did hope to be one of its beneficiaries, intending to use Haiti for his own personal enrichment, Schmidt notes. 10 years later, in 1927, the State Department conceded that the U.S. had used rather high-handed methods to get the Constitution adopted by the people of Haiti, with 99.9% approval in a Marine-run plebiscite, under 5% of the population participating. But these methods were unavoidable. It was obvious that if our occupation was to be beneficial to Haiti and further her progress, it was necessary that foreign capital should come to Haiti, and Americans could hardly be expected to put their money into plantations and big agricultural enterprises in Haiti if they could not themselves own the land on which their money was to be spent. It was out of a sincere desire to help the poor Haitians that the U.S. forced them to allow U.S. investors to take the country over, the State Department explained, the usual form that benevolence assumes. Elections were not permitted because it was recognized that anti-American candidates would win, hindering the U.S. programs to help the suffering people. These programs were described as an experiment in pragmatism by one not untypical intellectual commentator, who observed that the pragmatists insist that intelligent guidance from without may sometimes accelerate the process of national growth and save much waste. We have already seen some illustrations of that intelligent guidance in the case of beneficiaries from Bengal to Brazil and Guatemala. We turn to the Haitian experience in the next chapter. Point 6. The occupation consistently suppressed local democratic institutions and denied elementary political liberties, Schmidt writes. Instead of building from existing democratic institutions which, on paper, were quite impressive and had long incorporated the liberal democratic philosophy and governmental machinery associated with the French Revolution, the United States blatantly overrode them and illegally forced through its own authoritarian, anti-democratic system. The establishment of foreign-dominated plantation agriculture necessitated destruction of the existing minifundia land tenure system with its myriad peasant freeholders, who were forced into peonage. The U.S. supported a minority of collaborators from the local elite who admired European fascism but lacked the mass appeal of their fascist models. In effect, Schmidt observes, the occupation embodied all the progressive attitudes of contemporary Italian fascism, but was crippled by failures in human relationships, lack of popular support. The only local leadership it could mobilize was the traditional mulatto elite, its racist contempt for the great mass of the population now heightened by the even harsher attitudes of ethnic and racial contempt of the foreigner with the gun and the dollar, who brought concepts of racial discrimination not seen since before independence, and the racist colonial realities that went along with them. The occupation thus reinforced the internal class/race oppression that goes back to the days of French colonialism. One consequence was the rise of the ideology of Noirisme, in response to the racism of the occupiers and their elite collaborators. Papa Doc Duvalier would later exploit this backlash when, 20 years after the Marines left, he took the reins with the pretense of handing power to the black majority, in reality, to himself, his personal killers, the Tontons Macoutes, and the traditional elite, who continued to prosper under his murderous kleptocracy. The occupation worsened the economic crisis by augmenting the peasantry's forced contribution to the maintenance of the state, Haitian historian Michel Rolfe Troerlet writes. It worsened the crisis of power by centralizing the Haitian army and disarming citizens in the provinces, putting in place the structures of military, fiscal, and commercial centralization that were to yield a bloody finale under the Duvalier dynasty. Through the bloodiest years of the occupation, the media were silent or supportive. The New York Times Index has no entries for Haiti for 1917 to 1918. In a press survey, John Blassingame found widespread editorial support for the repeated interventions in Haiti and the Dominican Republic from 1904 to 1919, until major atrocity stories surfaced in 1920, setting off congressional inquiry. Haitians and Dominicans were described as coons, mongrels, unwholesome, a horde of naked niggers, the Haitians even more retrograde than the Dominicans. They needed energetic Anglo-Saxon influence. We are simply going in there, to help our black brother put his disorderly house in order, one journal wrote. Furthermore, the U.S. had a right to intervene to protect our peace and safety, New York Times. Times editors lauded the unselfish and helpful attitude that the U.S. had always shown, now once again as it responded in a fatherly way as Haiti sought help here. Our unselfish intervention has been moved almost exclusively by a desire to give the benefits of peace to people tormented by repeated revolutions, with no thought of preferential advantages, commercial or otherwise, for ourselves. The people of the island should realize that the U.S. government is their best friend. The U.S. sought only to ensure that the people were cured of the habit of insurrection and taught how to work and live. They would have to be reformed, guided, and educated, and this duty was undertaken by the United States. There is a further benefit for our black brother. To wean these peoples away from their shotgun habit of government is to safeguard them against our own exasperation, which might lead to further intervention. The goodwill and unselfish purposes of our own government are demonstrated by the consequences, the editors wrote in 1922, when they were all too apparent and the marine atrocities had already aroused a storm of protest. Some contemporary scholars adopt the same stance. As Haiti re-entered the sphere of public awareness with the fall of Duvalier, Harvard historian David Londas presented some background, explaining that the Marines had provided the stability needed to make the political system work and to facilitate trade with the outside, though even a benevolent occupation creates resistance among the beneficiaries and protest by more enlightened members of the dominant society, a constant problem faced by benefactors. Another noted scholar, Professor Hewson Ryan of the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy, was even more effusive in his praise for what we had accomplished in 2 centuries of well-intentioned involvement. Indeed, he observed, Haiti has been uniquely privileged. Few nations have been the object over such a sustained period of so much well-intentioned guidance and support. He described the achievements with no little awe, particularly our kind insistence on eliminating such unprogressive features of the constitutional system as the provisions against takeover of lands by foreigners. 7. With the barriers to foreign ownership of the country now overcome admittedly, by somewhat high-handed methods, U.S. investors quickly moved in to take large tracts of land for new plantations. Extremely cheap labor was another inducement. A New York business daily described Haiti in 1926 as a marvelous opportunity for American investment. The run-of-the-mill Haitian is handy, easily directed, and gives a hard day's labor for 20 cents, while in Panama the same day's work cost $3. These advantages gained prominence as the remnants of Haiti's agricultural wealth were steadily destroyed. From the 1960s, assembly operations for U.S. corporations grew rapidly in the Caribbean region. In Haiti, from 13 companies in 1966 to 154 in 1981. These enterprises furnished about 40% of Haitian exports, 100% having been primary commodities in 1960, though limited employment or other benefits for Haitians, apart from new opportunities for enrichment for the traditional elite. In the 1980s, IMF fundamentalism began to take its customary toll as the economy deteriorated under the impact of the structural adjustment programs, which caused agricultural production to decline along with investment, trade, and consumption. Poverty became still more terrible. By the time Baby Doc Duvalier was driven out in 1986, 60% of the population had an annual per capita income of $60 or less according to the World Bank. Child malnutrition had soared, the rate of infant mortality was shockingly high, and the country had become an ecological and human disaster, perhaps beyond hope of recovery. Through the 1970s, thousands of boat people fled the ravaged island, virtually all forced to return by U.S. officials with little notice here, the usual treatment of refugees whose suffering lacks propaganda value. In 1981, the Reagan administration initiated a new interdiction policy. Of the more than 24,000 Haitians intercepted by the U.S. Coast Guard in the next 10 years, 11 were granted asylum as victims of political persecution, in comparison with 75,000 out of 75,000 Cubans. During Aristide's brief tenure, the flow of refugees dropped dramatically as terror abated and there were hopes for a better future. The U.S. response was to approve far more asylum claims. 28 had been allowed during the 10 years of Duvalier and post-Duvalier terror, 20 during Aristide's 7.5 months in office. After Aristide's overthrow, a new surge of boat people reached several thousand a month, most of them forcibly returned in callous disregard of the grim circumstances that awaited them. For the few permitted to apply for asylum under a new policy, treatment was hardly better. One of the first was an Aristide supporter whose application was rejected on the grounds that he suffered only petty harassment when soldiers raked his home with gunfire and destroyed his shop. A USAID World Bank development strategy was initiated in 1981 to 1982, based on assembly plant and agro-industrial exports. The effect was to shift 30% of cultivated land from food for local consumption to export crops. Aid forecast a historic change toward deeper market interdependence with the United States in this rising Taiwan of the Caribbean. A 1985 World Bank report, Haiti, Policy Proposals for Growth, developed the usual ideas further, calling for an export-oriented development strategy, with domestic consumption markedly restrained in order to shift the required share of output increases into exports. Emphasis should be placed on the expansion of private enterprises, the bank recommended. Costs for education should be minimized, and such social objectives as persist should be privatized. Private projects with high economic returns should be strongly supported in preference to public expenditures in the social sectors, and less emphasis should be placed on social objectives which increase consumption temporarily, until the famed trickle-down effects are detected, sometime after the Messiah arrives? The recommendations, it is understood, are a precondition to aid, and a bright future is sure to follow. Of the array of predictions, one came to pass, the intended migration of the rural population to urban areas, and for many, to leaky boats attempting the dangerous 800-mile passage to Florida, to face forcible return if they make it. Many don't. Haiti remains Haiti, not Taiwan. Reviewing U.S. aid and development strategy for Haiti, Amy Willans writes that it achieves two strategic U.S. goals: one, a restructured and dependent agriculture that exports to U.S. markets and is open to American exploitation, and the other, a displaced rural population that not only can be employed in offshore U.S. industries in the towns, but is more susceptible to Army control. 8. 4. Politics, not principle. In June 1985, the Haitian legislature unanimously adopted a new law requiring that every political party must recognize President for life Jean-Claude Duvalier as the supreme arbiter of the nation, outlawing the Christian Democrats, and granting the government the right to suspend the rights of any party without reasons. The law was ratified by a majority of 99.98%. Washington was impressed. It was an encouraging step forward, the U.S. ambassador informed his guests at a July 4th celebration. The Reagan administration certified to Congress that democratic development was progressing, so that military and economic aid could continue to flow mainly into the pockets of Baby Doc and his entourage. The administration also informed Congress that the human rights situation was improving, as it always is when some regime requires military aid to suppress the population in a good cause. The Democrat-controlled House Foreign Affairs Committee had given its approval in advance, calling on the administration to maintain friendly relations with Duvalier's non-communist government. These gratifying developments were short-lived, however. By December, popular protests were straining the resources of state terror. What happened next was described by the Wall Street Journal 2 months later with engaging frankness. An administration official said that the White House concluded late last year, following huge demonstrations that hadn't been seen on such a scale before, that the regime was unraveling. U.S. analysts learned that Haiti's ruling inner circle had lost faith in the 34-year-old president for life. As a result, U.S. officials, including Secretary of State George Shultz, began openly calling for a democratic process in Haiti. The cynicism was underscored by the fact that the very same scenario was then being enacted in the Philippines, where the army and elite made it clear they would no longer support another gangster for whom Reagan and Bush had expressed their admiration, even love, not long before, so that the White House began openly calling for a democratic process there as well. Both events have, accordingly, entered the canon as a demonstration of how, particularly in the 1980s, we have served as inspiration for the triumph of democracy in our time. New Republic. Point 9. Duvalier was duly removed, flown out in a U.S. Air Force jet and sent to comfortable exile in France. Armed Forces Chief General Henry Namfi took power. This longtime U.S. favorite and close Duvalier associate was Haiti's best chance for democracy, Assistant Secretary of State Elliott Abrams announced, revealing once again the dedication to democracy for which he was famous. Not all were pleased. A rural priest in a small church, Father Jean-Bertrand Aristide, said that we're glad Duvalier is gone, but what we now have is Duvalierism without Duvalier. Few listened, but events were to prove him right in short order. Elections were scheduled for November 1987, but Namfi and his associates, the army and the old elite, were determined that nothing would go wrong. The Tontons Macoutes were reorganized, terror continued. A particularly gruesome massacre took place in July 1987, involving the army and the Macoutes. The same groups sponsored escalating violence, leading up to an election day massacre that provided Namfi with a pretext to cancel the elections. Throughout, U.S. military aid continued on grounds that it helped the army keep order, which was disrupted by Army Macoute violence and atrocities. Military aid was finally suspended after the election day terror, with over 95% of the 1987 funds already dispersed. A fraudulent military-run election followed, then a coup restoring Namfi to power and a rash of Duvalierism without Duvalier atrocities by the army and Makuts, including repeated attacks on union offices and peasant groups. Asked about these events by U.S. human rights organizations, Ambassador Brunson McKinley said, "I don't see any evidence of a policy against human rights. True, there is violence, but it is just part of the culture. Whose, one might wonder." 10. A month later, a gang of killers attacked Aristide's church as he was saying Mass, leaving at least 13 dead and 77 wounded. Aristide fled underground. In yet another coup, Duvalierist General Prosper Avril arrested Namfi and expelled him. The Haitian head of Aristide's Salesian order authorized him to return to his church, but not for long. To the dismay of the conservative church hierarchy, Aristide continued to call for freedom and an end to terror. He was duly ordered by his superiors in Rome to leave the country. Popular protests blocked his departure, and he went into hiding. At the last minute, Aristide decided to take part in the December 1990 elections. In a stunning upset, he won 67% of the vote, defeating the U.S. candidate, former World Bank official Marc Bazin, who came in second with 14%. The courageous liberation theologist, committed to the preferential option for the poor of the Latin American bishops, took office in February as the first democratically elected president in Haiti's history. Briefly, he was overthrown by a military coup on September 30. Under Aristide, for the first time in the republic's tortured history, Haiti seemed to be on the verge of tearing free from the fabric of despotism and tyranny which had smothered all previous attempts at democratic expression and self-determination, the Washington Council on Hemispheric Affairs observed in a post-coup review. His victory represented more than a decade of civic engagement and education on his part, spearheaded by local activists of the church, small grassroots-based communities, and other popular organizations that formed the basis of the Lavalas flood movement that swept him into power, a textbook example of participatory, bottom-up, and democratic political development. With this popular base, his government was committed to the empowerment of the poor, a populist model with international implications that frightened Washington, whose model of democracy does not entertain popular movements committed to social and economic justice, popular political participation and openness in all governmental affairs rather than the international market or some other current shibboleth. Furthermore, Aristide's balancing of the budget and trimming of a bloated bureaucracy led to a stunning success that made White House planners extremely uncomfortable. He secured over $500 million in aid from the international lending community, very little of it from the U.S., indicating that Haiti was slipping out of Washington's financial orbit and demonstrating a degree of sovereignty in its political affairs. A rotten apple was in the making. 11. Washington was definitely not pleased. With its ally Duvalier gone, the U.S. had in mind the usual form of democracy committed to the preferential option for the rich, particularly U.S. investors. To facilitate this outcome, the Bipartisan National Endowment for Democracy, NED, directed its democracy-building grants to the Haitian International Institute for Research and Development, IRED, and two conservative unions. IRED was associated with Bazin and other political figures with little popular base beyond the NED, which portrayed them as the democratic movement. The State Department approached IFLD, the AFL-CIO affiliate with a notorious record of anti-labor activities in the Third World, to join its efforts in Haiti because of the presence of radical labor unions and the high risk that other unions may become radicalized. IFL joined in, expanding the support it had given from 1984 to a union group run in part by Duvalier's security police. In preparation for the elections, NED extended its support to several other organizations, among them a human rights organization headed by Jean-Jacques Honorat, former Minister of Tourism under Duvalier and later an opponent of his regime. By way of the right-wing Puebla Institute, NED also provided pre-election funding to Radio Soleil, which had been anti-Duvalier but shifted well to the right under the influence of the conservative Catholic hierarchy. Following Aristide's victory, U.S. funding for political activities sharply increased, mainly through USAID. According to Kenneth Roth, Deputy Director of Human Rights Watch, the aid was intended to strengthen conservative groups that could act as an institutional check on Aristide, in an effort to move the country in a rightward direction. After Aristide was overthrown and the elite returned to power, Honorat became de facto prime minister under the military regime. The popular organizations that supported Aristide were violently suppressed, while those backed by net and aid were spared. 12. One of the closest observers of events in Haiti, Amy Willance, writes that Aristide's brief term was the first time in the post-Duvalier era that the United States government has been so deeply concerned with human rights and the rule of law in Haiti, not that there was more than rhetoric under the Duvaliers. The State Department is reported to have circulated a thick notebook filled with alleged human rights violations under Aristide, something it had not done under the previous rulers, Duvalierists and military men, who were deemed proper recipients for aid, including military aid, based on unsubstantiated human rights improvements. During the 4 regimes that preceded Aristide, international human rights advocates and democratic observers begged the State Department to consider helping the democratic opposition in Haiti. But no steps were taken by the United States to strengthen anything but the executive and the military until Aristide won the presidency. Then, all of a sudden, the United States began to think about how it could help those Haitians eager to limit the powers of the executive or to replace the government constitutionally. USAID's huge democracy enhancement project was specifically designed to fund those sectors of the Haitian political spectrum where opposition to the Aristide government could be encouraged. 13. All absolutely normal, simply further evidence that democracy and human rights are regarded purely as power instruments, of no intrinsic value, even dangerous and objectionable, precisely as any rational person with some knowledge of history and institutions would expect. Before deciding to run for office, Aristide had observed that of course, the US has its own agenda here, adding that it was natural for the rich to make investments and want to maximize return. This is normal, capitalist behavior, and I don't care if the US wants to do it at home. But it is monstrous to come down here and impose your will on another people, whom you do not understand and for whom you care nothing. I cannot accept that Haiti should be whatever the United States wants it to be. It's obvious why he had to go. 14. There are few surprises here, well into the post-Cold War era with its heralded New World Order. Immediately after taking power on September 30, 1991, the army embarked on a systematic and continuing campaign to stamp out the vibrant civil society that has taken root in Haiti since the fall of the Duvalier dictatorship, America's Watch reported in December. At least 1,000 people were killed in the first 2 weeks of the coup and hundreds more by December, generally reliable Haitian human rights groups estimated, though they knew little about what is happening in the countryside, traditionally the locus of the worst atrocities. Terror increased in the months that followed, particularly after the reconstituted Makuts were unleashed in late December. Tens, perhaps hundreds of thousands are in hiding. Many regard the terror as worse than Papa document. The goal of the repression is twofold: first, to destroy the political and social gains made since the downfall of the Duvalier dynasty, and second, to ensure that no matter what Haiti's political future may hold, all structures for duplicating those gains will have been laid waste. Accordingly, unions and popular organizations were specifically targeted for violent repression, and the lively and combative radio stations, the main form of communication with Haiti's dispersed and largely illiterate population, were suppressed. The rascal multitude must remain dispersed and scattered, without unions or other popular organizations through which they might act to formulate and express their interests, and without independent means of communication and information. If it sounds familiar, that's because it is. In the Haitis of the world, the means can be quite direct. De facto Prime Minister Jean-Jacques Honorat justified the coup. There is no relationship between elections and democracy, he said. Haiti is being defamed by foreign racists in the press and French embassy. It is right to return Duvalier thugs to power as rural section chiefs because no society can exist without police. Along with landholders, they are taking revenge against those who were persecuting them, notably priests, Christian base communities, and the nonviolent peasant movement, who are guilty of terrorism. The military was systematically persecuted by these elements, who believed they could do anything under Aristide's rule, he informed the visiting human rights delegation, blaming Aristide for the coup. When a press conference of the Federation of Haitian Students at the National University was attacked by armed soldiers, clubbing and arresting participants, Honorat's wife offered 50 of the students their freedom if they taped a statement saying they had been treated well in detention, Kenneth Roth reports. As Haitians began in early November to flee this violence and persecution in large numbers, the America's Watch report continues, the Bush administration changed from an outspoken proponent of human rights and democracy in Haiti to a shameful apologist. The State Department issued a fraudulent opinion asserting that political persecution of Aristide's supporters had ceased, providing rhetorical cover to the army's ongoing campaign of repression and laying the basis for the forcible return of fleeing refugees to the terror of the coup regime. Evidently fearful that continuing honest and outspoken criticism of military abuses in Haiti would jeopardize the legal defense of its interdiction efforts, which had come under challenge in U.S. courts, the administration stopped public criticism altogether. Since late October, Haiti has been immune from censure by the State Department on human rights grounds. 15. The Bush administration quickly distanced itself from deposed President Aristide in light of concerns over his human rights record, the press reported with no detectable embarrassment. The White House refused to say that his return to power was a necessary precondition for Washington to feel that democracy has been restored in Haiti, Thomas Friedman. The same day, the head of the OAS delegation stated that we have come down with an extremely clear mandate that Aristide must be restored. It was the note sounded by Washington, however, that reverberated in the press. Aristide was regarded as an insular and menacing leader who saw his own raw popularity as a substitute for the give and take of politics, Times correspondent Howard French wrote. He governed with the aid of fear, leaning heavily on Lavallaz, an unstructured movement of affluent idealists and long-exiled leftists whose model was China's Cultural Revolution, the Times version of the textbook example of participatory, bottom-up, and democratic political development depicted by the Council on Hemispheric Affairs. Aristide's power hunger led to troubles with civil society, another concept of Times speak, excluding the large majority of the population, which continued to support him with passion and courage. Furthermore, Haitian political leaders and diplomats say, the growing climate of vigilantism as well as increasingly strident statements by Father Aristide blaming the wealthier classes for the poverty of the masses encouraged the coup. Such statements are outrageous and absurd, we are to understand. Although he retains much of the popular support that enabled him to win 67% of the popular vote in the country's December 1990 elections, Father Aristide was overthrown in part because of concerns among politically active people over his commitment to the Constitution, and growing fears of political and class-based violence, which many believe the president endorsed. As this well-informed correspondent knew, the political and class-based violence was a near monopoly of the military and the elite, whose commitment to the Constitution was invisible and who turned at once to terror to demolish the politically active people and their organizations, which were much too structured and effective for the tastes of those who qualify as civil society by administration time standards. What they call civil society intends to retain their traditional power and privilege, and the army, which, French assures us, made it clear that it had no desire to hold on to power, will doubtless be happy to permit civil society to rule as in the past, on condition that the army can hang on to effective control of the country and resume its highly lucrative activities such as the transshipment of narcotics from South America to North America. Financial Times, point 16. Ruminating on the dilemmas of the post-Cold War era, the editor of Foreign Affairs, William Hyland, observed that in Haiti it has not been so easy to differentiate among the Democrats and the dictators, the distinction between Aristide, on the one hand, and Duvalier and his latter-day clones, on the other, is too subtle even for the discriminating eye. It should not be thought that Highland is lacking in human concerns. Our worthy commitment to pragmatism, he warned, should be tempered by the recognition that the U.S. owes a moral debt to the people of Israel. Accordingly, we must not allow policy to succumb to the virulent anti-Semitism that lies beneath the veneer of support for Israel, and is beginning to break through in the debate over Israeli settlements. In Haiti, in contrast, it is hard to detect anyone who might merit our support. Commentators who found it possible to distinguish Aristide from Papa Doc and the ruling generals hoped that he would find some way to convince the White House of his good faith. A visit to Washington, Pamela Constable wrote, might bolster his image as a reasonable leader committed to democracy and thus win him a strong public endorsement by the Bush administration, which, surely, was holding back only because of its reservations on this score. 17. The OAS at once imposed an embargo, which the U.S. joined, suspending trade on October 29. It was denounced by the ruling elite, and cheered by those who suffer most from its effects. In the slums, news of the OAS embargo was the only thing many people could find to cheer about, as hundreds of people squeezed into overloaded buses to the countryside to flee the expected nightly violence by soldiers, Howard French reported on October 9. Trade should be cut off, anxious-looking residents told reporters, it doesn't matter how much misery we get. We'll die if necessary. Months later, the mood remained the same. Keep the embargo was the popular refrain among the poor. Tidid Aristide gave us dignity and hope. We are ready to suffer if it means Tidid will come back. The embargo was loosely observed and ineffectual. Europe disregarded it, and members of civil society continued to fly to Miami and New York to satisfy their wants, or to trade with the Dominican Republic, a practice that provided alms for the Dominican military as well. Washington, which knows how to twist arms when some serious power or profit interest is at stake, could find no way, in this case, to call upon its allies to save Haitian democracy and stop the terror. One recalls the delicate sensibilities that prevented Bush from lending any support to Kuwaiti Democrats after the Gulf War, so profound as to bar mention of the word democracy even in private communications to the emir, because, officials explained, you can't pick out one country to lean on over another. Oil tankers, mainly from Europe, arrived faster than they can unload, a senior State Department official said in April 1992.18. The administration had not carried out such obvious measures as freezing any U.S. assets of military officers who participated in the coup, and of their wealthy Haitian backers, or even temporarily lifting U.S. visas to these people, who travel frequently to the U.S., Wall Street Journal Washington correspondent Robert Greenberger reported in January 1992. But there is a reason: Aristide's defects. Liberal Democrat Robert Torricelli, chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Western Hemisphere Affairs, took time from his democracy-inspired efforts to tighten the embargo on Cuba to explain that the democratic process doesn't always produce perfect results. Given Mr. Aristide's record, it isn't easy to gain support for stronger action against Haiti. Cuban terrorists pose no such problems. Though overwhelmingly elected in Haiti's first free election and immensely popular with the poor, Greenberger continues, his fiery rhetoric sometimes incited class violence, something that always deeply disturbs the journal whenever their keen eyes discern traces of it in Haiti, Guatemala, Brazil, Indonesia, and elsewhere. Torricelli called for an end to the Haitian embargo and supported the forcible repatriation of Haitian refugees from Guantanamo, illustrating still more clearly the passion for democracy and human rights that inspires his Cuban initiatives. 19. Many pondered the difficult choices faced by the Bush administration. Time suggested that Bush might ease the toll on Haitians by loosening the embargo on plants that assemble goods for U.S. companies, restoring as many as 40,000 jobs and, incidentally, restoring profits to U.S. investors, though the motive could only be to ease the toll on Haitians who are calling on the U.S. to keep the embargo, as the same article reports. We might take note of another standard item of PC usage. The word jobs has taken on an entirely new meaning: profits. Thus when George Bush takes off to Japan with a bevy of auto executives in tow, he waves the banner jobs, 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 meaning profits, 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 as a look at his social and economic policies demonstrates without equivocation. The press and airwaves resound with impassioned proposals to increase jobs, put forth by those who do what is in their power to send them to low-wage, high-repression regions, and to destroy what remains of meaningful work and workers' rights, all in the interest of some unmentionable seven-letter word. Bush had wasted no time in following Time's advice. On February 4, the U.S. lifted the embargo for the assembly plants that use cheap Haitian labor for goods for export to the U.S., most of them US-owned. A few months later, it was reported in the small print that while the administration is tightening rules on ships trading with Haiti in accord with a May 17 OAS resolution, it is apparently continuing to relax controls on goods going to Port-au-Prince from the United States, allowing export of seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides from the U.S. to Haiti. All for jobs, jobs, jobs. The administration had been under heavy pressure from American businesses with interests in Haiti, The Washington Post reported. The editors felt that the February 4 decision was wise. The embargo was a fundamental political miscalculation that has caused great suffering, but not among the gunmen. Since it hasn't served its purpose, it is good that it is being relaxed, not tightened so as to serve the professed purpose, as those undergoing the great suffering plead. But for the U.S. to repatriate refugees by force, the editors continue, is not in keeping with its deep commitment to human rights which they see manifested wherever they turn. 20. Washington's unilateral relaxation of the OAS embargo was condemned by the Secretary General of the OAS, who had urged the State Department against this action. The forcible return of refugees was condemned by the UN High Commission on Refugees, UNCRA, which rarely confronts the U.S., knowing what that entails. In November 1991, UNCRA had called on the U.S. to admit all refugees for determination of their refugee status. UNCRA pointed out that the UN Conventions on Refugees proscribe their return in any manner whatsoever to territories where their lives or freedom would be endangered, with no exception. In May 1992, UNCRA again declared the forced return to be in violation of international agreements. The adjacent column in the New York Times quotes a conservative businessman with close ties to the U.S., who reports a tremendous increase in death squad-style killings, people are being terrorized, and a bunch of people are being killed, a spate of violence that coincided with Washington's decision to directly repatriate Haitians trying to reach the US. 21. The relaxation of the embargo was greeted enthusiastically by assembly plant owners, Lee Hochstadter reported, but not by many of the workers most directly affected by the sanctions, who have applauded them as the best way to promote the return of Aristide. All indications are that Aristide's massive popular support among the poor majority remains intact. It is difficult to find anyone on the street, either in the capital or in the provinces, who does not support the priest-turned-politician. His associates bitterly condemned the U.S. move. A priest who is a close advisor to Aristide denounced Washington as having totally betrayed him from the beginning. U.S. policy, he said, is the most cynical thing you can ever find on earth. I don't think the U.S. wants Aristide back, because he is not under their control. He is not their puppet. 22. The assessment is plausible enough. That the U.S. should have sought to establish Duvalierism without Duvalier could surprise only the willfully blind. For similar reasons, the Carter administration sought desperately to institute Somocismo without Somoza after its efforts to salvage the tyrant collapsed, and its successor turned to more violent means to achieve the same end, with the general approval of enlightened opinion, tactical disagreement aside. 23. Superfluously perhaps, the priest's assessment is reinforced by a leaked secret document allegedly authored by a staff member of the U.S. Embassy in Port-au-Prince at the behest of Prime Minister Honora and other Haitian officials. Its authenticity was questioned by the Council on Hemispheric Affairs, COHA, and denied by the State Department, but later research has now validated it as being completely reliable, COHA concluded. The document lays out a plan to allow a symbolic restoration of Aristide as a PR ploy, with his complete removal later on, when attention has declined. By the time the document surfaced in January 1992, most of its applicable recommendations had been implemented, COHA noted. Others were to follow shortly. The embargo was rendered still more toothless on February 4. 3 weeks later, Aristide accepted what COHA described as a near-total defeat for Haitian democracy, a tragic sellout by a desperate man who was forced to agree to a government of national unity in which he would have only a symbolic role. Aristide was effectively left with no option but to mutilate his own stature by signing away his powers in exchange for the still uncertain prospect of his restoration to what will now be a figurehead presidency, COHA stated. The National Unity government brought together two partners, a group headed by René Théodore, who represented 1.5% of the electorate, the Haitian military and elite, and the U.S. government, and another led by Aristide, with 67% of the electorate but no other assets. Given the balance, the outcome is not obscure, and it is not surprising that Assistant Secretary of State Bernard Aronson declared his satisfaction with the agreement. COHA raised an obvious question. Suppose that after a hypothetical coup in Nicaragua in which President Violeta Chamorro was forced to flee for her life, she had been made to accept a major Sandinista figure as her prime minister who would exercise effective control of the country in order to be allowed back. Would Aronson be pleased with such a formula if the FSLN had overthrown and exiled her, violently had beaten and killed at least 2,000 of those who backed her, and had induced her to give up real powers in order to be restored? Or to make the analogy more exact, if in addition the FSLN were a party with no popular base and a record of terror in the style of U.S. clients? No one troubled to respond. The military in Haiti celebrated the agreement, along with civil society. One Haitian senator commented happily that it would be surrealistic to believe or to print that Aristide can return by June 30, or any other specific date for that matter. The military thugs down there understand that they have got a nod and a wink from the U.S. government, Congressman John Conyers said. All that was left was to replace Théodore by the original U.S. favorite Marc Bazin. That result was achieved in June 1992, when Bazin was inaugurated as Prime Minister. The Vatican and the Haitian Bishops' Conference walked into the National Palace and blessed Haiti's new army-backed government, the National Catholic Reporter, NCR, commented, though the Vatican was alone in extending formal recognition. The Vatican had waited until Aristide was exiled to fill the position of papal nuncio. The formal recognition shows they're really out to get Aristide and to align themselves with Haiti's traditional powers, the army and the bourgeoisie, a Western diplomat told NCR. Liberation and human rights were a grand cause in Eastern Europe, in the Caribbean and Central America, they must be crushed, in the service of traditional privilege, and the preferential option for the poor is definitely not welcome. Bazin delivered his inauguration address in French to a stifling official gathering of men in dark suits and perfumed women in white dresses. Howard French reported, Aristide had given his in Creole, the language of the population, receiving the presidential sash from a peasant woman. 24. Democracy marches on. An advisor of the Bazin government, echoing Aristide, said that all it would take is one phone call from Washington to send the army leadership packing. Virtually all observers agree that little more would be necessary, Howard French writes. But Washington's deep-seated ambivalence about a leftward-tilting nationalist whose style diplomats say has sometimes been disquietingly erratic precludes any meaningful pressure. Despite much blood on the Army's hands, United States diplomats consider it a vital counterweight to Father Aristide, whose class struggle rhetoric threatened or antagonized traditional power centers at home and abroad. The counterweight will therefore hold power with the erratic nationalist in exile, and class struggle rhetoric and terror will continue with the tacit support of traditional power centers. 25. The New York Times sought to place the proper spin on the February 4 decision to advance the anti-Aristide scenario and benefit U.S. businesses. Under the headline U.S. plans to sharpen focus of its sanctions against Haiti, Barbara Crossett reported from Washington that the Bush administration said today that it would modify its embargo against Haiti's military government to punish anti-democratic forces and ease the plight of workers who lost jobs because of the ban on trade. The State Department would be fine-tuning its economic sanctions, the latest move in administration efforts to find more effective ways to hasten the collapse of what the administration calls an illegal government in Haiti. The naive may find the logic a bit obscure. How the move punishes the anti-democratic forces who applauded it, while easing the plight of workers who strenuously opposed it, is left a mystery. Until we translate from PC to English, that is. Then all is clear. Point 26. A more straightforward account appeared a few days later in a report from Port-au-Prince under the heading, Democracy Push in Haiti Blunted, Leaders of Coup Gleeful After U.S. Loosens Its Embargo and Returns Refugees. Howard French writes that the mood in army and political circles began to turn from anxiety to confidence that the United States, feeling no particular domestic pressure now from Haiti's problems, would leave them in peace. The same day, the anniversary of Aristide's inauguration, New York traffic was tied up by a large protest march against the U.S. actions, as in Miami. That is not what is meant by domestic pressure, however, mostly black. The protesters merited little notice, though the actions were reported in the Alaska press, where one could also read the statement by Haiti's consul general in New York, who said there is a tacit collaboration between the Haitian military and the State Department. The Americans will have the last word. And the Americans don't want Aristide's return. Time quoted a disillusioned Republican congressional staffer who said, "The White House is banking on the fact that people won't care. Politics, not principle, is the overriding consideration." 27. That much seems beyond dispute. For those who choose to hear, the italicized words tell the story that is solidly based on 2 centuries of history. Without popular support here, Toussaint's tree of liberty will remain deeply buried, at best a dream not in Haiti alone. Chapter 9. The Burden of Responsibility. 1. Irrational disdain. As the U.S. proceeded to assume, out of self-interest, responsibility for the welfare of the world capitalist system after World War II, it also extended the experiments in pragmatism that it had been conducting in its narrower domains to accelerate the process of national growth and save much waste. Gerald Haynes, Ulysses Weatherby. One striking feature of the scientific methods of development designed for our wards is what Hans Schmidt calls the irrational disdain for the agricultural experience of local peasants. This was the source of a series of disastrous failures as U.S. experts attempted to apply the latest developments in scientific agriculture to their Haitian testing area, as always, sincerely believing that they were doing good while, by the sheerest accident, benefiting U.S. corporations. A 1929 study found that Haitian peasants were growing cotton more successfully than American plantations which employed the latest scientific methods, Schmidt observes. The chief U.S. agricultural expert reported to the State Department that U.S. ventures had failed because promoters had been unwilling to study the techniques employed by local people who had, through generations of practical experience, developed locally viable methods, which enabled the natives to raise cotton more successfully than the plantations that were scientifically cultivated. 1. The story continued after the government was handed over to Haitian overseers. In 1941, the Haitian American Company for Agricultural Development, SHADA, was set up as an aid project under the guidance of U.S. agronomists, who dismissed the advice and protests of Haitian experts with the usual contempt. With millions of dollars of U.S. government credits, SHADA undertook to raise sisal and rubber, needed at the time for war purposes. The project acquired 5% of Haiti's finest agricultural lands, expelling 40,000 peasant families, who, if lucky, might be rehired as day laborers. After 4 years of production, the project harvested a laughable 5 tons of rubber. It was then abandoned, in part because the market was gone. Some peasants returned to their former lands, but were unable to resume cultivation because the land had been ruined by the SHADA project. Many could not even find their own fields after trees, hills, and bushes had been bulldozed away. Haitian objections to U.S. aid projects sound paranoid. Amy Willans remarks after reviewing this not untypical instance. Point 2 Sometimes, however, there really is a man with an axe chasing the fellow with the irksome complaint. In 1978, U.S. experts became concerned that swine fever in the Dominican Republic might threaten the U.S. pig industry. The U.S. initiated a $23 million extermination and restocking program aimed at replacing all of the 1.3 million pigs in Haiti, which were among the peasants' most important possessions, even considered a bank account in case of need. Though some Haitian pigs had been found to be infected, few had died, possibly because of their remarkable disease resistance, some veterinary experts felt. Peasants were skeptical, speculating that the affair had been staged so that Americans could make money selling their pigs. The program was initiated in 1982, well after traces of disease had disappeared. 2 years later, there were no pigs in Haiti. Peasants regarded this as the very last thing left in the possible punishments that have afflicted us. A Haitian economist described the enterprise as the worst calamity to ever befall the peasant. Even apart from the $600 million value of the destroyed livestock, the real loss to the peasant is incalculable. The peasant economy is reeling from the impact of being without pigs. A whole way of life has been destroyed in this survival economy. School registration dropped 40 to 50% and sales of merchandise plummeted, as the marginal economy collapsed. A USAIDOAS program then sent pigs from Iowa for many peasants, confirming their suspicions. These were, however, to be made available only to peasants who could show that they had the capital necessary to feed the new arrivals and to house them according to specifications. Unlike the native Haitian pigs, the Iowa replacements often succumbed to disease, and could survive only on expensive feed, at a cost that ran up to $250 a year, a huge sum for impoverished peasants. One predictable result was new fortunes for the Duvalier clique and their successors who gained control of the feed market. A church-based Haitian development program that had sought to deal with the problems abandoned the effort as a waste of time. These pigs will never become acclimated to Haiti. Next they'll ask us to install a generator and air conditioning. 3. Other experiments have often turned out the same way. In his study of another long-time testing area, Liberia, anthropologist Gordon Thomason found the same irrational disdain for native intellectual achievement, and the same severe costs for the locals. Over the centuries, the Capel had developed hundreds of varieties of rice that were matched precisely to microenvironments in particular ecosystems. Dozens of different seeds might be planted in a small field, with very high yields. U.S. agronomists advised capital-intensive green revolution techniques using petrochemical inputs which, apart from being far too costly for a poor country, bring lower yields and loss of the traditional knowledge and the wide variety of seeds that have been bred, selected, diversified, and maintained over centuries. Thomason estimates that agricultural productivity will be cut by as much as 50% if the rich genetic pool of rice varieties, the product of centuries of self-conscious breeding and selection, is lost and replaced by foreign inputs. Many areas of rural Liberia will for all intents and purposes cease to exist, and so will many of Liberia's indigenous cultures. The disdain of the experts was heightened by the fact that this is women's knowledge, transmitted by older women to young girls who spent much time acquiring the skills and lore. The same attitudes extend more broadly. Max Allen, curator of one of the world's leading textile museums, observes that in most Northern Hemisphere traditional societies, the most impressive man-made artifacts are not made by men at all, but by women, namely textile products, which are certainly artistic, though not regarded as art by Western tradition. They are assigned to the category of crafts, not art. The fact that the artistic traditions extending over thousands of years are women's work, may contribute to these dubious interpretations. Allen suggests. Point 4. The suspicious will not fail to observe that, however ruinous to Liberia, the scientific methods of development offer many benefits to the Western corporate sector, perhaps well beyond the usual beneficiaries, agribusiness and petrochemicals. As the variety of crops is reduced, and disease and blight become an increasing threat, genetic engineering may have to come to the rescue with artificially designed crops, offering the rising biotech industry's alluring prospects for growth and profit. Following standard doctrine, U.S. experts advised Liberia to convert farmland to plantation cash crops, which, incidentally, also happens to benefit U.S. corporations. The resulting shortfalls led USAID to push the development of paddy rice in swamps, ignoring a World Health Organization effort to keep people out of these regions because of extreme health hazards. The CAPEL had also developed sophisticated metallurgical technology, enabling them to produce highly efficient tools. In this case, Thomason writes, their achievements were killed by colonialism and monopoly capitalism, not because the product it produced was in any way inferior or overpriced in the marketplace, but by means of subsidies to coastal merchants and other market distortions designed by the economic experts and imposed by the US-controlled governments, eventually destroying the economy, currency, and indigenous industry. Again, there were beneficiaries, multinational mining concessions, foreign producers who supplied the importers, and banks outside Liberia to which they shipped their profits. 5. Chalk up another victory for free market values. Some might consider it unfair to take Liberia and Haiti as illustrations. As Wilson's Secretary of State Robert Lansing explained, the experience of Liberia and Haiti show that the African race are devoid of any capacity for political organization and lack genius for government. Unquestionably, there is an inherent tendency to revert to savagery and to cast aside the shackles of civilization which are irksome to their physical nature. Of course, there are many exceptions to this racial weakness, but it is true of the mass, as we know from experience in this country. It is that which makes the Negro problem practically unsolvable. 6. Perhaps it is this racial weakness that accounts for the results of the experiments in Liberia and Haiti which are duplicated throughout the subject domains. These regular features of the 500-year conquest will have growing significance in the years ahead as the ecological consequences of unsustainable capital-intensive agriculture reach a scale that cannot be neglected even by the rich. At that point, they will enter the agenda, like the ozone layer, which became important when it seemed likely to endanger rich white folk. Meanwhile, the experiments will continue in the testing areas. 2. Laboratory animals. The concept testing area merits particular notice. Similarly, American strategists have described the civil war in El Salvador as the ideal testing ground for implementing low-intensity conflict doctrine, aka international terrorism. A DOD-sponsored Rand Corporation report on the experiment concludes. In earlier days, Vietnam was described as a going laboratory where we see subversive insurgency, being applied in all its forms, Maxwell Taylor, providing opportunities for experiments with population and resource control methods and nation building. The marine occupation of Haiti was described in similar terms, as we have seen. The technical posturing appears to sustain the self-image, at least. 7. One finds no intimation that the experimental subjects might have the right to sign consent forms, or even to know what is happening to them. On the contrary, they scarcely have the rights of laboratory animals. We will determine what is best for them, as we always have, another hallmark of the 500 years. The wise among us just know, for example, that maximizing consumption is a core human value. If we weren't influencing the world in this direction, it would be someone else, because what we are seeing everywhere is an expression of the basic human desire to consume, Boston University professor of management Lawrence Wurtzel explains. U.S. entrepreneurs are fortunate indeed to be so in tune with human nature. True, slow learners sometimes have to be helped to understand their true nature. The advertising industry devotes billions of dollars to stimulating this self-awareness, and in the early days of the Industrial Revolution, it was no small problem to bring independent farmers to realize that they wished to be tools of production so as to be able to gratify their basic human desire to consume. The very visible hand of government has also helped. As radio was becoming a major medium, the Federal Radio Commission equated capitalist broadcasting with general public service broadcasting since it would provide whatever the market desired. Robert McChesney writes, while attempts by labor, other popular sectors, or educational programming were deemed propaganda. It was therefore necessary to favor the capitalist broadcasters with access to channels and other assistance. 8. Apart from the regular bombardment of the senses through advertising and media portrayal of life as it should be lived, corporate government initiatives are undertaken on an enormous scale to shape consumer tastes. One dramatic example is the Los Angelesizing of the U.S. economy, a huge state corporate campaign to direct consumer preferences to suburban sprawl and individualized transport as opposed to clustered suburbanization compatible with a mix of rail, bus, and motor car transport. Richard Duboff observes in his Economic History of the United States, a policy that involved massive destruction of central city capital stock and relocating rather than augmenting the supply of housing, commercial structures, and public infrastructure. The role of the federal government was to provide funds for complete motorization and the crippling of surface mass transit. This was the major thrust of the Federal Highway Acts of 1944, 1956, and 1968, implementing a strategy designed by GM Chairman Alfred Sloan. Huge sums were spent on interstate highways without interference, as Congress surrendered control to the Bureau of Public Roads. About 1% of the sum was devoted to rail transit. The Federal Highway Administration estimated total expenditures at $80 billion by 1981, with another $40 billion planned for the next decade. State and local governments managed the process on the scene. The private sector operated in parallel. Between 1936 and 1950, National City Lines, a holding company sponsored and funded by GM, Firestone, and Standard Oil of California, bought out more than 100 electric surface traction systems in 45 cities, including New York, Philadelphia, St. Louis, Salt Lake City, Tulsa, and Los Angeles, to be dismantled and replaced with GM buses. In 1949, GM and its partners were convicted in U.S. District Court in Chicago of criminal conspiracy in this matter and fined $5,000. By the mid-1960s, 1 out of 6 business enterprises was directly dependent on the motor vehicle industry. The federal spending helped keep the economy afloat. Eisenhower's fears of another depression setting in after the Korean War were allayed, a U.S. Transportation Department official reported. A congressional architect of the highway program, John Blatnick of Minnesota, observed that it put a nice solid floor across the whole economy in times of recession. These government programs supplemented the huge subsidy to high-technology industry through the military system, which provided the primary stimulus and support needed to sustain the moribund system of private enterprise that had collapsed in the 1930s. 9. The general impact on culture and society was immense, apart from the economy itself. Democratic decision-making played little role in this massive project of redesigning the contemporary world, and only in marginal respects was it a reflection of consumer choice. Consumers made choices, no doubt, as voters do, within a narrowly determined framework of options designed by those who own the society and manage it with their own interests in mind. The real world bears little resemblance to the dreamy fantasies now fashionable about history converging to an ideal of liberal democracy that is the ultimate realization of freedom. The primitive people to whose needs we minister also commonly lack self-awareness, and need a little help to discover what they really want. The efforts of the Jesuits who sought to raise their Amerindian charges from their natural condition of rudeness and barbarism, were first, and very wisely, directed to the creation of wants, the springs of human activity, in which these creatures were so sorely lacking, Hegel learnedly explained. A century later, the U.S. proconsul in Haiti, financial advisor Arthur Millspaugh, observed that the peasants, living lives which to us seem indolent and shiftless, are enviably carefree and contented, but, if they are to be citizens of an independent self-governing nation, they must acquire, or at least a larger number of them must acquire, a new set of wants which the advertising industry will be happy to stimulate, and U.S. exporters will generously fulfill. 10. Abolition of slavery raised in a sharp form the problem of creating wants, a problem that was addressed over a much longer period as peasants were driven to wage labor in the early stages of industrialization. Given the suddenness of the transition in the case of abolition, the problem had to be faced squarely, and with self-awareness. Thomas Holt has an interesting study of the case of Jamaica, where after a slave revolt, the British rulers abolished slavery in 1834. The problem was to ensure that the plantation system would be maintained without essential change. Officials understood that freedmen must be prevented from relapsing into barbarous indolence. Should things be left to their natural course, Colonial Secretary Lord Glenelg observed, labor would not be attracted to the cultivation of exportable produce, meaning sugar. He therefore urged a variety of government measures to prevent freed slaves from acquiring the ample fertile lands then available, liberal doctrine notwithstanding. Another colonial official recognized that more is needed, the creation of artificial wants, which become in time real wants. As abolition was being prepared, a British parliamentarian observed, 1833, that to make them labor, and give them a taste for luxuries and comforts, they must be gradually taught to desire those objects which could be attained by human labor. There was a regular progress from the possession of necessaries to the desire of luxuries, and what once were luxuries, gradually came to be necessaries. This was the sort of progress the Negroes had to go through, and this was the sort of education to which they ought to be subject in their period of probation after emancipation. Otherwise, they would hardly have any inducement to labor. A high-ranking colonial official, Governor Charles Metcalfe, later observed, 1840. By such means, another official noted, it would be possible to attain the desired end, to change a slavish multitude into an orderly and happy peasantry, performing essentially the same tasks as under slavery, while the slave-driving oligarchy becomes a natural upper-class 11. The same problem was faced by the United Fruit Company, UFCO, in its Central American plantations. Under conditions of free labor, workers had to be prevented somehow from retreating to a self-sustaining economy, no simple matter. People chose to work only when forced to, and that was not often, for the land would give them what little they needed, an UFCO historian wrote in 1929. To overcome the problem, UFCO sought to instill consumer values, recognizing that the desire for goods is something that has to be cultivated. The company was able to arouse desires by advertising and salesmanship, the same historian wrote approvingly. This had its effect in awakening desires, the same effect as in the United States, where, as industry knew well, desires had to be artificially stimulated and shaped. The newly awakened desires for silk stockings instead of cotton, expensive Stetson hats and a flashy silk shirt while their feet were bare, and so on could then be satisfied at UFCO stores. The device was repeatedly abused by the company, its official historian concedes, as goods were sold at outrageous prices to the workers all too frequently on credit, driving them on a straight road to peonage. 12. The problems had been addressed on a different scale in opening China to the West. Again, it was not easy. A British mission was admitted to Beijing in 1793, offering samples of virtually everything Britain could produce. It was the most elaborate and expensive diplomatic initiative ever undertaken by a British government, John Key writes in his History of the East India Company, which held its monopoly on trade with China until well into the 19th century. The Emperor graciously accepted the offerings as tribute from the Kingdom of England, commending the respectful spirit of submission of the British emissary. There would be no trade, however. Our celestial empire possesses all things in prolific abundance, the Emperor informed him, though I do not forget the lonely remoteness of your island, cut off from the world by intervening wastes of sea. European merchants made inroads in the south, but were blocked elsewhere by imperial power. One commodity for which Britain did find a market was Bengali opium. By the early 19th century, the East India Company's revenues from opium sales to China were second only to land revenue, showing profits high enough both to stifle any moral scruples felt by the British and to negate the prohibitions frequently invoked by the Chinese, Key writes. A few years later China sought to halt the flow, now truly offending British moral scruples. Pleading the virtues of free trade, Britain forced China to open its doors to lethal narcotics, exploiting the great superiority in violence that so revived the spirits of British jingoists during the 1991 Gulf War. It took the construction and dispatch of an ironclad steamship, the Nemesis, to reduce the Central Kingdom to reason. Military historian Geoffrey Parker comments sardonically, the guns of the Nemesis managed to destroy, in just one day in February 1841, 9 war junks, 5 forts, 2 military stations and a shore battery in the Pearl River, and China was soon able to enjoy the benefits of liberal internationalism. The US sought to match the privileges that Britain gained, also pleading high principle. China's refusal to accept opium from Britain's Indian colony was denounced by John Quincy Adams as a violation of the Christian principle of love thy neighbor and an enormous outrage upon the rights of human nature, and upon the first principles of the rights of nations, while missionaries lauded the great design of Providence to make the wickedness of men subserve his purposes of mercy toward China, in breaking through her wall of exclusion, and bringing the empire into more immediate contact with Western and Christian nations. In such ways, Britain succeeded in creating new wants in China, much as the US does today as it compels Asian countries, on pain of severe trade sanctions, to admit us-grown lethal narcotics that kill perhaps 50 to 100 times as many people a year as all hard drugs combined in the United States, and to advertise to open new markets, particularly women and children. 13. 3. Indian removal and the vile maxim. The problem of driving an awareness of their true wants into the heads of rude barbarians also beset the US government in the course of its program of Indian removal and annexation. The most striking instance, perhaps, arose in the 1880s, as Washington prepared to rescind the solemn treaties recognizing ownership of eastern Oklahoma by the 5 civilized tribes. The Indian Territory had been granted to these nations in perpetuity after they had been brutally expelled from their traditional homes under an 1835 treaty that several Indian leaders were forced to accept, recognizing that they are strong and we are weak. We were all opposed to selling our country east, the signers wrote to Congress, condemning the US government for making us outcasts and outlaws in our own land, plunging us at the same time into an abyss of moral degradation which was hurling our people to swift destruction. For the English settlers, peace treaties had a special meaning, explained by the Council of State in Virginia in the 17th century, when the Indians grow secure upon the treaty, we shall have the better advantage both to surprise them, and cut down their corn. The concept survives to the present. The 1835 treaty replaced earlier ones, going back to 1785, when the newly liberated colonies forced a treaty on the Cherokees, who had, not surprisingly, supported the British in the Revolutionary War, taking lands held by the Cherokees under earlier treaties while stating that Congress want none of your lands, nor anything else which belongs to you. This was a humane and generous act of the United States, the U.S. representative declared. In 1790, George Washington assured the Cherokees that in future you cannot be defrauded of your lands, the new government will protect you in all your just rights, the United States will be true and faithful to their engagements. President Jefferson added that I sincerely wish you may succeed in your laudable endeavors to save the remnant of your nation by adopting industrious occupations, and a government of regular law. In this you may always rely on the counsel and assistance of the United States. In the years that followed, settlers encroached on Indian territory and new treaties were dictated, imposing further cessions of land. In what remained, a successful agricultural society was established, with textile manufacture from 1800, schools, printing presses, and a well-functioning government that was much admired by outsiders. A report submitted to the War Department in 1825 gave a glowing description of the Cherokee country and nation at the time. Helen Jackson writes in her exceptional, in many ways, 19th-century history of Indian removal, quoting extensive passages of praise for the advanced civilization that the Cherokees had developed and the republican principles on which it was based. Meanwhile, the leading thinkers of Europe lectured on the strange lack of psychic power that caused the Indians to vanish and expire as soon as spirit approached with the European presence. However impressive, progress was being made by the wrong people, who once again stood in the way of the advance of progress in the politically correct sense of the term. Andrew Jackson's Indian Removal Act of 1830 was followed by the imposed Treaty of 1835, in which the signers relinquished all claims of the civilized nations to their lands east of the Mississippi. Jackson was deeply moved by his generosity in having done my duty to my red children. If any failure of my good intention arises, it will be attributable to their want of duty to themselves, not to me. He was not only granting these children of the forest an opportunity to better their condition in an unknown land as our forefathers did, but even paying the expense of his removal, an act of friendly feeling that thousands of our own people would gladly embrace if only it were extended to them. 3 years later, 17,000 Cherokees were driven at bayonet point to Oklahoma by the U.S. Army over a route so marked with new-dug graves that it was ever afterwards known as the Trail of Tears. Thurman Wilkins, perhaps half survived the generous and enlightened policy of the U.S. government, as the operation was described by the Secretary of War, with the routine self-acclaim for unspeakable atrocities. Reviewing the remarkable achievements of the Cherokee Nation before and after, and the treatment accorded them, Helen Jackson writes that in the whole history of our governments dealing with the Indian tribes, there is no record so black as the record of perfidy to this nation. There will come a time in the remote future when, to the student of American history, it will seem well nigh incredible a judgment with which it is hard to quarrel, though the future is still remote. 14. In 1870, the Department of the Interior recognized that the Cherokees, and the other civilized Indian nations, of the Oklahoma Territory no less, hold lands in perpetuity by titles defined by the supreme law of the land, a permanent home granted under the most solemn guarantee of the United States, to remain theirs forever, a home that shall never in all future time be embarrassed by having extended around it the lines or placed over it the jurisdiction of a territory or state, or be disturbed in any other way. 6 years later, the department declared that affairs in the Indian Territory are complicated and embarrassing, and the question is directly raised whether an extensive section of the country is to be allowed to remain for an indefinite period practically an uncultivated waste, or whether the government shall determine to reduce the size of the reservation. The department had previously described the uncultivated waste as a miracle of progress, with successful production by people living in considerable comfort, a level of education equal to that furnished by an ordinary college in the States, flourishing industry and commerce, an effective constitutional government, a high level of literacy, and a state of civilization and enlightenment comparable to anything known, what required 500 years for the Britons to accomplish in this direction they have accomplished in 100 years, the department declared in Wonder. 15. Jackson ends her account in 1880 with the question, will the United States government determine to reduce the size of the reservation? It was soon to be answered, in just the way she anticipated. Again, the advanced civilization of the Indians stood in the way of civilization, properly conceived. What followed is described by Angie Debo in her classic study And Still the Waters Run. In the independent Indian Territory, land was held collectively and life was contented and prosperous. The federal Indian Office opposed communal land tenure by ideological dogma, as well as for its practical effect, preventing takeover by white intruders. In 1883, a group of self-styled philanthropists and humanitarians began to meet to consider problems of the Indians. Their third meeting was addressed by Senator Henry Dawes of Massachusetts, considered a distinguished Indian theorist, who had just concluded a visit of inspection to the Indian Territory. Like earlier observers, he described what he found in glowing terms: there was not a pauper in that nation, and the nation did not owe a dollar. It built its own capital, in which we had this examination, and it built its schools and its hospitals. No family lacked a home. Dawes then recommended that the society be dissolved, because of a fatal flaw, of which the benighted natives were unaware. Yet the defect of the system was apparent. They have got as far as they can go, because they own their land in common. It is Henry George's system, and under that there is no enterprise to make your home any better than that of your neighbors. There is no selfishness, which is the bottom of civilization. Till this people will consent to give up their lands, and divide them among their citizens so that each can own the land he cultivates, they will not make much more progress. In brief, though superficially civilized and advanced, the people remained culturally deprived, unable to recognize their basic human drive to consume and to best their neighbors, ignorant of the vile maxim of the masters. Dawes's proposal to bring enlightenment to the savages was approved by the Eastern humanitarians, and soon implemented. He introduced legislation that barred communal land holding and headed the commission that oversaw the dispossession of the Indians that inevitably ensued. Their lands and property were looted, and they were scattered to remote urban areas where they suffered appalling poverty and destitution. Such is the way with experiments, they don't always succeed. In fact, the regular experiments conducted in our various testing areas typically do succeed quite well, as this one did, for those who design and execute them, Adam Smith's architects of policy, honorable men, always guided by the most benevolent intentions, which, fortuitously, happen to coincide with their own interests. If the experiments do not succeed for the indigenous people of North America, or Brazilians, or Haitians, or Guatemalans, or Africans, or Bengalis, or welfare mothers, or others who stand in the way of the rich men who rule, we may seek the reasons in their genes, defects, and inadequacies. Or we may muse on the ironies of history. One can readily understand the appeal to post-war intellectuals of the work of Reinhold Niebuhr, the theologian of the establishment, the guru of the Kennedy intellectuals, George Kennan, and many others. How comforting it must be to ponder the paradox of grace that was his key idea, the inescapable taint of sin on all historical achievements, the need to make conscious choices of evil for the sake of good, soothing doctrines for those preparing to face the responsibilities of power, or in plain English, to set forth on a life of crime. 16. 4. The American psyche. The state-corporate nexus has always devoted substantial efforts and resources to ensure that the rascal multitude recognize their wants and needs, never an easy task, from the days when independent farmers had to be turned into wage earners and consumers. Many of them remained mired in darkest ignorance and superstitious belief, sometimes even heeding the words of such scoundrels as Uriah Stevens, a founder and the first Grand Master workman of the Knights of Labor, who outlined labor's task in 1871 as the complete emancipation of the wealth producers from the thraldom and loss of wage slavery, a conception that can be traced to the leading principles of classical liberalism. Many took the conditions of free labor to be a system of slavery as absolute, if not as degrading, as that which lately prevailed in the South, as a New York Times reporter described the new era in which manufacturing capitalists are the masters. 17. Even today, after a century of intense and dedicated efforts by cultural managers, the general population often fail to perceive their inner wants. The debate over health care provides some useful illustrations. A case in point is a major article in the Boston Globe by Thomas Palmer, well to the liberal side of the spectrum. Palmer opens by reporting that almost 70% of Americans prefer a Canadian-style healthcare system, a surprising figure, given that this retrograde socialism is regularly denounced as un-American. But the general public is just wrong, for two reasons, Palmer explains. The first reason is technical. It was clarified by President Bush, who emphasized the importance of avoiding the problems of bureaucratized, universal care systems like Canada's. Mr. Bush, New York Times correspondent Robert Pear reports, accuses the Democratic nominee of favoring a state-run system that would have Soviet-like elements, a backdoor national health insurance, in the words of presidential advisor Gail Wilensky. This is a charge that Mr. Clinton and other Democrats deny, Pears adds with proper journalistic objectivity, keeping the balance between the charges of crypto-communism and the angry denials. It is a matter of logic that commie-style systems of the kind that exist throughout the industrial world apart from the United States, and South Africa, are inefficient. Accordingly, the fact that the highly bureaucratized private sector system in the US is vastly more inefficient is simply irrelevant. It is, for example, of no relevance that Blue Cross of Massachusetts employs 6,680 people, more than are employed in all of Canada's health programs, which insure 10 times as many people, or that the share of the health dollar for administrative costs is over twice as high in the US as in Canada. Logic cannot be confuted by mere fact, by Hegel's negative, worthless existence. More interesting is the second reason, which is spiritual. Palmer continues. There is a difference in outlook north and south of the border, theoretical differences that students of the two nations see in the psyches of the average American and Canadian. The studies of these penetrating scholars show that the Canadian system would cause the kind of rationing of health care that Americans would never accept. The US system rations by price. If you can afford it, it's there. Canadians ration their health care by providing the same care for everyone and simply making those seeking elective or less urgent procedures wait. Plainly, that would not accord with American-style impatience, one student of the two nations explains. Imagine, he says, that no matter how poor you are, you will sit in a hospital bed and receive care as the richest in your community. No matter what contacts you have and no matter how rich you are, you can get no better than that. Americans would never accept that, we learn from this expert, incidentally, the president of a healthcare consulting firm. Further insights into the American psyche are given by the deputy director of a trade group of commercial health insurers. Point 18. The 70% of Americans who don't understand their own psyches are not sampled. That is not unreasonable, after all. They are not students of the American psyche, and it has long been common understanding that they need instruction in self-awareness. Part 4. Memories. Chapter 10. Murdering History. A few months before the end of year 500, the Times Book Review appeared with a front-page headline reading, "You Can't Murder History." The review article dedicated to this lesson keeps to a single case. History in the old Soviet Union was like cancer in the human body, an invisible presence whose existence is bravely denied but against which every conceivable weapon is mobilized. It takes up one striking example of this disease within the Soviet body politic, the depiction of the murder of the Tsar and his family, recalling those all-powerful Soviet officials whose job it was to suppress the public's memory of this grisly episode, but who, in the end, could not hold back the tide. 1. These reflections did not touch upon a few other examples of murdering history that might come to mind, particularly at this historical moment. Convention has it that multiples of 10 provide the occasion to reflect on the meaning of history and the questions it poses, and perhaps also on the murder of history by its guardians, who, in every society, are acutely sensitive to the faults of official enemies. The convention is useful. By adopting it and examining some of the anniversaries that fall within the 500th year, we can learn something about ourselves, in particular, about the doctrinal foundations of Western culture, a topic of much importance, given the resources of violence, coercion, and denial at its core. To the date which will live in infamy. As year 500 opened in October 1991, other memories displaced the coming quincentennial. December 7 would be the 50th anniversary of the Japanese bombing of Pearl Harbor, the date which will live in infamy. Accordingly, Japanese attitudes and practices were subjected to close scrutiny, and found wanting. Some profound defect left the aberrant Japanese unwilling to offer regrets for their nefarious deed. In an interview in the Washington Post, Foreign Minister Michio Watanabe expressed deep remorse over the unbearable suffering and sorrow Japan inflicted on the American people and the peoples of Asia and the Pacific during the Pacific War, a war that Japan started by the surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. He said that the National Parliament would pass a resolution on the 50th anniversary of the crime, expressing Japan's remorse. But this turned out to be just more Japanese treachery. Penetrating the disguise, New York Times Tokyo Bureau Chief Stephen Weissman revealed that Watanabe had used the word hansei, which is usually translated as self-reflection rather than remorse. The statement of the foreign minister does not count as authentic apology. Furthermore, Japan's parliament is unlikely to pass the resolution, he added, in the light of President Bush's firm rejection of any apology for the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings. No one considers an apology for the 1,000 plane raid 5 days after Nagasaki on what remained of major Japanese cities, a triumph of military management skills designed to be as big a finale as possible, the official Air Force history relates. Even Stormin Norman would have been impressed. Thousands of civilians were killed, while amidst the bombs, leaflets fluttered down proclaiming, "Your government has surrendered. The war is over." General Spaatz wanted to use the third atom bomb on Tokyo for this grand finale, but concluded that further devastation of the battered city would not make the intended point. Tokyo had been removed from the first list of targets for the same reason. It was practically rubble, analysts determined, so that the power of the bomb would not be adequately revealed. The final 1,000 plane raid was therefore dispersed to 7 targets, the Air Force history adds. Point 2. Some went beyond George Bush's dismissal of any thought of apology for the use of nuclear weapons to kill 200,000 civilians. Democratic Senator Ernest Hollings told South Carolina workers they should draw a mushroom cloud and put underneath it, "Made in America by lazy and illiterate Americans and tested in Japan," drawing applause from the crowd. Hollings defended his remark as a joke, a reaction to Japan's America bashing. The humorless Japanese did not find the joke amusing. The event was briefly reported, provoking no inquiries into the American psyche. Point 3. Japan's obsessions with the bomb, which provoke much scorn here, were also revealed after the Texas air shows where the atomic bombing was reenacted annually for many years, perhaps still is, before an admiring audience of tens of thousands, with a B-29 flown by retired Air Force General Paul Tibbets, who lifted the curtain on the atomic age at Hiroshima. Japan condemned the display as in bad taste and offensive to the Japanese people, to no avail. Perhaps the hypersensitive Japanese would have expressed similar reservations about the showing of a film entitled Hiroshima in the early 1950s in Boston's Combat Zone, a red light district where pornographic films were featured. It was a Japanese documentary with live footage of scenes too horrendous to describe, eliciting gales of laughter and enthusiastic applause. In more sedate intellectual circles, few have considered the observation by Justice Rawling of the Netherlands after the Tokyo Tribunal where Japanese war criminals were tried and convicted. From the Second World War above all 2 things are remembered, the German gas chambers and the American atomic bombings. Or the impressive dissent by the one independent Asian justice, Rothbinod Pal of India, who wrote, "When the conduct of the nations is taken into account, the law will perhaps be found to be that only a lost cause is a crime. If any indiscriminate destruction of civilian life and property is still illegitimate in warfare, then, in the Pacific War, this decision to use the atom bomb is the only near approach to the directives of the Nazi leaders." Nothing like this could be traced to the present accused at Tokyo, 7 of whom were hanged along with over 900 other Japanese executed for war crimes, among them General Yamashita, executed for atrocities committed by troops over whom he had no control at the war's end. Even the reactions of high-ranking U.S. military officials have been little noted. For example, Admiral William Leahy, Chief of Staff under the Roosevelt and Truman administrations, who regarded nuclear weapons as new and terrible instruments of uncivilized warfare, a modern type of barbarism not worthy of Christian man, a reversion to the ethical standard common to the barbarians of the Dark Ages. Its use would take us back in cruelty toward non-combatants to the days of Genghis Khan. 4. Recognizing where power lies, Prime Minister Watanabe adopted U.S. conventions in expressing Japan's regrets. He traced Japan's crimes to December 7, 1941, thus implicitly discounting hideous atrocities that killed 10 to 13 million Chinese, by conservative estimate, from 1937 through 1945, not to speak of earlier crimes. Point 5. Passing silently over Watanabe's dating of the guilt, Weismann raises only one question: the evasiveness of the gesture at apology. The anniversary commemoration was based upon the same principle: killing, torturing, and otherwise abusing tens of millions of people may not be wholly meritorious, but a sneak attack on a naval base in a U.S. colony is a crime of a completely different order. True, to heighten the recognition of Japan's iniquity, its atrocities and aggression in Asia are regularly tacked onto the indictment, but as an afterthought, the Pearl Harbor attack is the real crime, the initial act of aggression. That decision has many merits. It enables us to ruminate on the strange defects of the Japanese character without having to confront some facts that are better removed from history. For example, the fact that pre-Pearl Harbor, much of the American business community and many U.S. officials rejected the generally accepted theory that Japan has been a big bully and China the downtrodden victim. Ambassador Joseph Grew, an influential figure in Far East policy. The U.S. objection to Japan's new order in Asia, Grew explained in a speech in Tokyo in 1939, was that it imposed a system of closed economy, depriving Americans of their long-established rights in China. He had nothing to say about China's right to national independence, the rape of Nanking, the invasion of Manchuria, and other such marginal issues. Secretary of State Cordell Hull adopted much the same priorities in the negotiations with Japanese Admiral Nomura before the Pearl Harbor attack, stressing U.S. rights to equal access to the territories conquered by Japan in China. On November 7, Japan finally agreed to the U.S. demand, offering to accept the principle of non-discrimination in commercial relations in the Pacific, including China. But the wily Japanese added a qualifying clause: they would accept the principle only if it were adopted throughout the world. Hull was greatly shocked at this insolence. The principle was to apply in the Japanese sphere alone, he admonished the impudent arriviste. The US and other Western powers could not be expected to respond in kind in their dominions, including India, Indonesia, the Philippines, Cuba, and other vast regions from which the Japanese had been effectively barred by extremely high tariffs when they unfairly began to win the competitive game in the 1920s. Dismissing Japan's frivolous appeal to the British and American precedent, Hull deplored the simplicity of mind that made it difficult for Japanese generals to see why the United States, on the one hand, should assert leadership in the Western Hemisphere with the Monroe Doctrine and, on the other, want to interfere with Japan's assuming leadership in Asia. He urged the Japanese government to educate the generals about this elementary distinction, reminding his backward pupils that the Monroe Doctrine, as we interpret and apply it uniformly since 1823, only contemplates steps for our physical safety. Respected scholars chimed in with their endorsement, expressing their outrage over the inability of the little yellow men to perceive the difference between a great power like the US and a small-time operator like Japan, and to recognize that the United States does not need to use military force to induce the Caribbean republics to permit American capital to find profitable investment. The doors are voluntarily open, as even the most cursory look at history will show. 6. 3 missing pieces. Also unmentioned in the historical musings is an air of familiarity about Japan's actions in Manchuria, as they established the independent state of Manchukuo in 1932 under the former Manchu emperor. The procedure was a familiar one, Walter Lippmann wrote at the time, not unlike U.S. precedents in Nicaragua, Haiti, and elsewhere. Manchuria had claims to independent status, surely stronger claims than, say, South Vietnam 25 years later, a fact recognized by the U.S. client regime, which always defined itself as the government of all of Vietnam, even in an unamendable article of its US-imposed constitution. Scholars noted that had it not been for Western intervention in support of Chinese rule over the outer regions, motivated by the desire to increase the sphere of future Western investment and exploitation, the Tibetans, Mongols, and Manchurians might well have moved towards independence. Owen Lattimore, 1934. Japan undertook to defend the independent state against bandits who attacked it from China. The goal of Japan's Kwantung Army was to liberate the masses from exploitation by military and feudal cliques and to protect them from communist terrorists. Adopting the policies favored by Kennedy Doves in later years, its military leadership undertook counterinsurgency campaigns, complete with collective hamlets, earnest measures to win hearts and minds, and other ideas that have a certain resonance. Among a series of unpleasant hence unmentionable facts is the similarity of these operations to the no less brutal and atrocious ones conducted by the United States a few years later near China's southern border, operations that peaked in murderous violence shortly after the Japanese documents on Manchuria were released by the Rand Corporation in 1967, to be shelved with appropriate silence by the cultural managers. Point 7. The similarity is not entirely accidental. Apart from the fact that the same thoughts naturally come to the minds of similar actors facing similar circumstances, U.S. counterinsurgency doctrine was consciously modeled on the practices and achievements of World War II fascism, though it was the Nazis who were the preferred model. Reviewing U.S. Army manuals of the 1950s, Michael McClintock notes the disturbing similarity between the Nazis' view of the world and the American stance in the Cold War. The manuals recognize Hitler's tasks to have been much the same as those undertaken by the U.S. worldwide as it took over the struggle against the anti-fascist resistance and other criminals, labeled communists or terrorists. They adopt the Nazi frame of reference as a matter of course. The partisans were terrorists, while the Nazis were protecting the population from their violence and coercion. Killing of anyone furnishing aid or comfort, directly or indirectly, to such partisans, or any person withholding information on partisans, was legally well within the provisions of the Geneva Convention, the manuals explain. The Germans and their collaborators were the liberators of the Russian people. Former Wehrmacht officers helped to prepare the army manuals, which culled important lessons from the practices of their models, for example, the utility of evacuation of all natives from partisan-infested areas and the destruction of all farms, villages, and buildings in the areas following the evacuations, the policies advocated by Kennedy's dovish advisors, and standard U.S. practice in Central America. The same logic was adopted by the civilian leadership from the late 1940s, as Nazi war criminals were resurrected and reassigned to their former tasks, Reinhard Gehlen, Klaus Barbie, and others, or spirited to safety in Latin America and elsewhere to pursue their work, if they could no longer be protected at home. Point 8. The notions were refined in the Kennedy years, under the impetus of the president's well-known fascination with unconventional warfare. U.S. military manuals and anti-terrorism experts of the period advocate the tactic of intimidating, kidnapping, or assassinating carefully selected members of the opposition in a manner that will reap the maximum psychological benefit, the objective being to frighten everyone from collaborating with the guerrilla movement. Respected American historians and moralists were later to provide the intellectual and moral underpinnings, notably Gunter Louis, who explains in his much-admired History of the Vietnam War that the U.S. was guilty of no crimes against innocent civilians, indeed could not be. Those who joined our righteous cause were free from harm's way, except by inadvertence, at worst a crime of involuntary manslaughter. Those who failed to cooperate with the legitimate government imposed by U.S. violence are not innocent. By definition, they lose any such claim if they refuse to flee to the safety provided by their liberators, infants in a village in the Mekong Delta or Inner Cambodia, for example. They therefore deserve their fate. Point 9. Some lack innocence because they happen to be in the wrong place, for example, the population of the city of Vinh, the Vietnamese Dresden. Philip Shannon casually observes in a Times magazine cover story on the belated victory of capitalism in Vietnam, it was leveled by American B-52 bombers because it was cursed by location and hence was a natural target for the bombers, much like Rotterdam and Coventry. This city of 60,000 was flattened in 1965, Canadian officials reported, while vast surrounding areas were turned into a moonscape. Point 10. One could learn the facts outside the mainstream, where they were generally ignored, or even flatly denied, for example, by Louis, who assures us, on the authority of U.S. government pronouncements, that the bombing was aimed at military targets and damage to civilians was minimal. Plainly, it is better to keep the history under wraps. The politically correct approach, adopted without notable deviation on the anniversary, is to date Japan's criminal course to the sneak attack on Pearl Harbor, to bring in Japan's earlier atrocities only as a device to sharpen the distinction between their evil nature and our purity, to put aside the uneasy relation between the doctrine that the war began on December 7, 1941, and the fact that we denounce Japan for atrocities committed through the 1930s, which were, furthermore, deemed acceptable in influential circles, and more generally, to eliminate from the mind discordant notes from past and present history. It is interesting to see the reaction when the rules of decorum are occasionally violated by comparisons between Japan's policies and actions and ours in Vietnam. For the most part, the comparisons are so unthinkable as to be unnoticed, or are dismissed as absurdity. Or they may be denounced as apologetics for Japan's crimes, an interpretation that is quite natural. Given that our perfection is axiomatic, it follows that any comparison drawn confers upon others a share of our nobility, and thus counts as apologetics for their crimes. By the same irrefutable logic, it follows that applause for our crimes is not apologetics, but merely a proper tribute to our magnificence, and silence about them is only a shade less meritorious than enthusiastic approval. Those who fail to comprehend these truths can be condemned for their irrational hatred of America. Or, if not so completely beyond the pale, they can be offered a course of instruction, like the Japanese generals. The ban on such subversive thoughts was revealed on the Pearl Harbor anniversary in a striking way, to which we return, Section 8. Another example is provided by a commentary on the anniversary by the noted Japan scholar John Dower, solicited by the Washington Post. Dower commented that there is more than a little irony in observing Americans ramble on about other people's military violence and historical amnesia, considering how Vietnam and Korea have entered officially sanctioned memory. The invited column was rejected. 11. Another pertinent question was omitted from the deliberations on the aggression launched by Japan on December 7, 1941. How did we happen to have a military base at Pearl Harbor, or to hold our Hawaiian colony altogether? The answer is that we stole Hawaii from its inhabitants, by force and guile, just half a century before the infamous date, in part so as to gain the Pearl Harbor naval base. The centenary of that achievement falls shortly after the opening of year 501, and might have merited a word as we lamented Japan's failure to face up to its perfidy. Lifting the veil, we find an instructive story. As long as the British deterrent remained in force, the U.S. government vigorously defended Hawaiian independence. In 1842, President Tyler declared that the U.S. desired no peculiar advantages, no exclusive control over the Hawaiian government, but is content with its independent existence and anxiously wishes for its security and prosperity. Accordingly, Washington would oppose any attempt by any nation to take possession of the islands, colonize them, and subvert the native government. With this declaration, Tyler extended the Monroe Doctrine to Hawaii. Its independence was also recognized by the major European countries and others, and confirmed by numerous treaties and declarations. As the century progressed, the balance of power shifted in favor of the United States, offering new opportunities, as in Latin America. U.S. colonists established a thriving sugar industry, and the value of the island as a stepping stone towards broader Pacific horizons became increasingly apparent. Admiral DuPont had observed that it is impossible to estimate too highly the value and importance of the Hawaiian Islands, whether in a commercial or a military sense. Plainly, our sphere of legitimate self-defense must be extended to include this prize. But there was an impediment: the independence of the island kingdom, and the demographic problem posed by the 90% majority of native Hawaiians, already reduced to 1/6 the pre-contact era. The colonists therefore undertook to guide and assist these people, so low in mental culture, and to provide them with the gift of good government by their betters. Planters Monthly observed in 1886 that the Hawaiian does not yet realize the bounds and limits fixed and the moral and personal obligations attending the gift we have offered them. The white man has organized for the native a government, placed the ballot in his hands, and set him up as a lawmaker and a ruler, but the placing of these powers in his hands before he knows how to use them, is like placing sharp knives, pointed instruments, and dangerous tools in the hands of infants. Similar concerns about the rascal multitude and their innate stupidity and worthlessness have been voiced by the men of best quality throughout the modern period, forming a major strand in democratic theory. 12. The first marine landing to support the colonists took place in 1873, just 30 years after Tyler's ringing endorsement of Hawaii's independence. After failing to take power in the 1886 elections, the plantation oligarchy prepared for a coup d'état, which took place a year later with the help of their military arm, the Hawaiian Rifles. The bayonet constitution forced upon the king granted U.S. citizens the right to vote, while excluding a large part of the native population through property qualifications and barring Asian immigrants as aliens. Another consequence of the coup was the delivery of the Pearl River estuary to the United States as a naval base. Exhibiting the uniform interpretation of the Monroe Doctrine that so impressed Secretary of State Hull, his predecessor James Blaine observed in 1889 that there are only 3 places that are of value enough to be taken. One is Hawaii. The others are Cuba and Puerto Rico. All were shortly to fall into the proper hands. Regular military interventions ensured good behavior by the locals. In 1891, the USS Pensacola was dispatched in order to guard American interests, which now included ownership of 4/5 of the arable land. In January 1893, Queen Liliuokalani made a last-ditch effort to preserve Hawaiian sovereignty, granting the right to vote in Hawaiian elections only to Hawaiians, rich or poor, without discrimination. At the order of U.S. Minister John Stevens, U.S. troops landed and imposed martial law to support the best citizens and 9/10 of the property owners of the country, in the words of the commanding officer. Stevens informed the Secretary of State that the Hawaiian pear is now fully ripe and this is the golden hour for the United States to pluck it. Long before, John Quincy Adams had used the same imagery with regard to the second of the places of value, Cuba, a ripe fruit that would fall into our hands once the British deterrent is removed. See Chapter 6. The U.S. planters and their native collaborators produced a declaration proclaiming the conviction of the overwhelming majority of the conservative and responsible members of the community who numbered a few hundred men that independent, constitutional, representative, and responsible government, able to protect itself from revolutionary uprisings and royal aggression, is no longer possible in Hawaii under the existing system of government. Under protest, the Queen surrendered to the superior force of the United States of America and its troops, abdicating in the hope of saving her followers from the death penalty. She herself was fined $5,000 and sentenced to 5 years at hard labor for her crimes against good order, commuted in 1896. The Republic of Hawaii was established with American planter Sanford Dole proclaiming himself president on July 4, 1894. Each sip of Dole pineapple juice offers an occasion to celebrate another triumph of Western civilization. Congress passed a joint resolution for annexation in 1898, as the U.S. went to war with Spain and Commander George Dewey's naval squadron sank a decrepit Spanish fleet in Manila, setting the stage for the slaughter of hundreds of thousands of Filipinos as another ripe fruit was plucked from the tree. President McKinley signed the annexation resolution on July 7, 1898, creating the first outpost of a Greater America, a journal of the conservative and responsible members of the community triumphantly proclaimed. Their iron-fisted rule eliminated any residual interference by the ignorant majority, as the planters called them, still about 90% of the population, soon to become dispersed, impoverished, and oppressed, their culture suppressed, their lands stolen. 13. In this manner, Pearl Harbor became a major military base in the U.S. colony of Hawaii, to be subjected a half-century later to a scandalous sneak attack by Japanese monsters setting forth on their criminal path. On January 2, 1992, the Institute for the Advancement of Hawaiian Affairs published a document entitled The Cause of Hawaiian Sovereignty, reviewing the history, in preparation for the 100th anniversary of the overthrow of Hawaii in January 1993. 14 Short of a dramatic change in the reigning culture, that anniversary is destined to remain deeply buried in the memory hole, joining many others that commemorate the fate of the victims of the 500-year conquest. For some lessons in political correctness. Let us return to the public commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the infamous date, carefully sanitized and insulated from improper thoughts. Americans are much annoyed by the unwillingness of the Japanese to face their guilt for the Pearl Harbor crime, Urban Leaner reports in a lengthy Wall Street Journal article on Japanese revisionism. He quotes the Pearl Harbor Memorial Park historian on the complete absence of a sense in Japan of their own history. To illustrate Japan's ambivalence toward remembering history, Leaner describes a visit to the home of a courtly Japanese military historian, who can't understand why the US won't forget it. If the US and Japan are partners, why talk about Pearl Harbor forever? That's what Japanese people are thinking, he says. Why do you keep reminding us? 15. So the article ends, no comment being necessary on the unique sins of the Japanese exhibited with such clarity. The New York Times Magazine devoted a cover story to this peculiarly Japanese malady by Tokyo Bureau Chief Weissman, entitled Pearl Harbor in the Mind of Japan. There is little sound of remorse, the subtitle reads, and no commemorative ceremonies of the bombing in Japan. The US will approach the event from a completely different perspective, Weissman writes, reflexively taking that perspective to be right and proper, no questions asked. His study of this topic exemplifies the general style and provides useful instruction in the techniques of political correctness, encapsulating many of the standard gambits. 16. Americans were not always so clear as they are today about the simple verities, Weissman observes. In the late 60s, guilt-ridden over the Vietnam conflict, American historians were more willing to question American motives in Asia. Today, their tone is much less apologetic. The last word, an interesting choice. With the Persian Gulf War and the collapse of communism, times have changed, and Roosevelt's drawing a line in the sand is no longer seen as improper. Weissman's claims about the late 60s contain a particle of truth. Younger historians associated with the anti-war movement did indeed begin to raise previously forbidden questions. They were compelled to form their own professional association, the Committee of Concerned Asian Scholars, with very few senior faculty involved, to discuss subversive thoughts about possible flaws in American motives. Though they were the cream of the graduate student crop at the time, not many survived the authoritarian structure of the ideological disciplines. Some were eliminated from the academic world in straight political firings, some marginalized in other familiar ways. The young scholars did receive some support in the mainstream, notably from John King Fairbank, the Dean of Asian Scholarship and a figure at the dissident extreme, often accused of crossing the line to communist apologetics. He outlined his own position on the Vietnam War in his presidential address to the American Historical Association in December 1968, well after the corporate sector had called for terminating the enterprise. The war was an error, Fairbank explained, based on misunderstanding and naivete, yet another example of our excess of righteousness and disinterested benevolence. 17. One will find very little questioning of American motives in respectable circles then, or since. Conventional falsehoods commonly retain their appeal because they are functional, serving the interests of established authority. Weissman's tales about the late 60s are a case in point. They buttress the view that the academy, the media, and intellectual life generally have been taken over by a left-wing onslaught, leaving only a few last brave defenders of simple truths and intellectual values, who therefore must be given every bit of support that can be mustered for their lonely cause, a project well suited to current doctrinal needs, see Chapter 2.4. Like all right-thinking people, Weissman takes it as axiomatic that the U.S. stance in the Persian Gulf and the Cold War is subject to no imaginable qualification, surely no questioning of American motives. Also following convention, he evades entirely the issue of shared responsibility for the Pacific War. The issue is not Roosevelt's drawing a line in the sand, but rather the decision of the traditional imperial powers, Britain, France, Holland, U.S., to dose the doors of their domains to Japan after it had followed the rules of free trade with too much success, and the U.S. position, maintained to the end, that the US-Japan conflict might be resolved if Japan would permit the U.S. to share in exploiting all of Asia, while not demanding comparable rights in US-dominated regions. Weissman indeed recognizes that such issues have been raised, making sure to frame them in a proper way. He does not refer to the discussion of the actions of the imperial powers in Western scholarship as events unfolded, or since. Rather, these are the startling words of Prime Minister Hideki Tojo, hanged in 1948 as a Class A war criminal, who defiantly defended the attack on Pearl Harbor as forced by inhuman economic sanctions imposed by Washington, which would have meant the destruction of the nation, had Japan not reacted. Could there be a particle of truth lurking behind the thought? The question need not be answered, since it cannot rise to consciousness. Weismann writes that of course, most American historians would have little trouble rendering a judgment on Japan's singular responsibility, if not guilt, noting Japan's annexation of Manchuria in 1931, and its bloody sweep through China in 1937 and later into Indochina, driving out the French colonial regime. No words here on the U.S. attitude towards all of this at the time, except for an oblique hint, beginning with the decision to move naval vessels in 1940, the United States responded to Japanese military aggression with warnings and protests 9 years after the invasion of Manchuria, 3 years after the murderous escalation in China. Why the delay? Weismann also puts aside other questions. Why were Western claims to their colonial domains stronger than those of Japan, and why did indigenous nationalists often welcome the Japanese conquest, driving out the traditional oppressors? Nor is he troubled by a simple fact of logic: if these were Japan's crimes, then why do we commemorate a much later event as the date which will live in infamy? Why is it the tragedy of 50 years ago that evokes Weismann's inquiry into Japan's flawed psyche? Weismann does concede a measure of U.S. responsibility, not for what happened, but for Japan's failure to face up to its crimes. The U.S. wanted to create a democracy after the war, but after China fell to the Communists in 1949 and the Korean War broke out a year later, Washington changed its mind, deciding to foster a stable conservative government in Japan to challenge communism in Asia, even sometimes allowing war criminals to regain authority. This revision of history also has its functional utility. Under the laws of political correctness, it is permissible to recognize our occasional lapses from perfection if they can be interpreted as an all too understandable overreaction to the evil deeds of selected malefactors. In fact, as Weismann surely knows, Washington's reverse course was in 1947, hence well before the fall of China, to translate, the overthrow of a corrupt Uzbek tyranny by an indigenous movement, and 3 years before the officially recognized Korean War, at a time when the pre-official phase was charging full speed ahead, as the US-imposed regime, aided by fascist collaborators restored by the US occupying army, was busy slaughtering some 100,000 anti-fascists and other adherents of the popular movements that the US clients could never hope to face in political competition. Washington's reverse course called a halt to democratic experiments that threatened established power. The U.S. moved decisively to break Japanese unions and reconstruct the traditional industrial financial conglomerates, supporting fascist collaborators, excluding anti-fascist elements, and restoring traditional conservative business rule. As explained in a 1947 paper prepared under the direction of the primary author of the reverse course, George Kennan, the U.S. had a moral right to intervene to preserve stability against stooge groups of the communists, recognizing that the former industrial and commercial leaders of Japan are the ablest leaders in the country, that they are the most stable element, that they have the strongest natural ties with the U.S., it should be U.S. policy to remove obstacles to their finding their natural level in Japanese leadership. The purge of war criminals was ended, and the essential structure of the fascist regime restored. The reverse course in Japan was one element in a worldwide U.S. campaign at the same time with the same goals, all prior to 1949.18. The reconstruction of what U.S. technical experts angrily condemned as totalitarian state capitalism, with popular and democratic forces suppressed, was underway well before the reverse course of 1947. The occupation also determined at once that the basic issues of war guilt would be shelved. General MacArthur would neither allow the emperor to be indicted, nor take the stand as a witness, nor even be interviewed by international prosecution investigators at the war crimes trials. Herbert Bix writes, despite ample evidence of his direct responsibility for Japanese war crimes available to MacArthur, but kept secret. This whitewashing of the monarchy had momentous consequences for re-establishing the traditional conservative order and defeating a far more democratic alternative, Bix concludes. Point 19. Weismann observes correctly that Japan's goal was to assure access to natural resources, markets, and freedom of the seas. These goals it has now attained, he adds, by its own hard work and the generosity, and self-interest, of the United States. The implication is that Japan could have achieved the same goals 50 years ago, had it not been in the grip of fascist ideology and primitive delusion. Overlooked are some obvious questions. If Japan could have achieved these ends by accepting Western norms, then why did the British, the Americans, and the other imperial states not simply abandon the high tariff walls they had erected around their colonies to bar Japan? Or, assuming that such idealism would be too much to ask, why did Hull not at least accept the Japanese offer for mutuality of exploitation? Such thoughts go beyond legitimate bounds, reaching into the forbidden territory of American motives. In the real world, Japan's aggression gave an impetus to the nationalist movements that displaced colonial rule in favor of the more subtle mechanisms of domination of the post-war period. Furthermore, the war left the U.S. in a position to design the New World Order. Under these new conditions, Japan could be offered its empire toward the south, as Kennan put it, under U.S. control, though within limits. The U.S. intended to maintain its power over what Japan imports in the way of oil and such other things so that we would have veto power on what she does need in the military and industrial field. As Kennan advised in 1949.20, the stance was maintained until unexpected factors intervened, notably the Vietnam War with its costs to the U.S. and benefits to Japan and other industrial rivals. Yet another fault of the Japanese, Weismann observes, is the bellicose terms in which they frame Japanese-American relations, thus revealing their penchant for militarism. The Japanese speak of their second strike. If Washington cuts off Japanese imports, Tokyo can strangle the American economy by cutting off investments or purchases of treasury bonds. Even if we adopt Weismann's unexamined judgment on the impropriety of such retaliation, it would hardly seem to rank high in comparison to standard U.S. practices. For example, the devastating and illegal economic warfare regularly waged against such enemies as Cuba, Chile, Nicaragua, and Vietnam, or the efforts of Jacksonian Democrats to place all other nations at our feet, primarily the British enemy, by gaining a monopoly over the most important commodity in world trade. Japan's worst sin, however, is its tendency towards self-pity, its refusal to offer reparations to its victims, its clumsy attempts to sanitize the past, and in general, its failure to come forward with a definitive statement of wartime responsibility. Here Weismann is on firm ground, or would be, if he, or his editors, or their colleagues in the doctrinal system were even to consider the principles they espouse for others. They do not for a moment, as the record shows with utter clarity. 5. Self-pity and other character flaws. The 50th anniversary was commemorated with cover stories in the major news weeklies, articles in the press, and TV documentaries. Several were applauded by Wall Street Journal critic Dorothy Rabinowitz for their unrelentingly tough historic view of the Pearl Harbor attack, with no ambiguities about the distinction between pure righteousness and absolute evil. December 2. She reserves her condemnations for the journalists of the fashionable left and the terminal right who invariably portray the Japanese as victims of the dastardly Americans. Examples of these lunacies are omitted, the actual historical issues receive not a phrase. The opposite side of the page carries an article by Robert Greenberger headlined U.S. Vietnam ties remain held back by the missing in action issue, describing a Vietnamese plan to solve the main issue blocking a resumption of relations, accounting for Americans missing since the Vietnam War. This news report is so conventional as to merit no particular notice, apart from the interesting layout. It is a staple of the media, and the culture generally, that we were the injured party in Vietnam. We were innocent victims of what John F. Kennedy called the assault from the inside, November 12, 1963, the internal aggression by South Vietnamese peasants against their legitimate government and the saviors who imposed it upon them and defended their country from them. 21 Later we were treacherously assaulted by the North Vietnamese. Not content with attacking us, they also imprisoned Americans who had mysteriously fallen into their hands. Unrelenting, the Vietnamese aggressors proceeded to abuse us shamefully after the war's end, refusing to cooperate fully on the fate of U.S. pilots and MIAs, even failing to devote themselves with proper dedication to locating the remains of pilots they had viciously blasted from the skies. Our suffering at the hands of these barbarians is the sole moral issue that remains after a quarter-century of violence, in which we vigorously backed the French effort to reconquer their former colonies, instantly demolished the 1954 diplomatic settlement, installed a regime of corrupt and murderous thugs and torturers in the southern sector where we had imposed our rule, attacked that sector directly when the terror and repression of our clients elicited a reaction that they could not withstand, expanded our aggression to all of Indochina with saturation bombing of densely populated areas, chemical warfare attacks to destroy crops and vegetation, bombing of dikes, and huge mass murder operations and terror programs when refugee generation, population removal, and bulldozing of villages failed, ultimately leaving 3 countries destroyed, perhaps beyond the hope of recovery, the devastated land strewn with millions of corpses and unexploded ordnance, with countless destitute and maimed, deformed fetuses in the hospitals of the South that do not touch the heartstrings of pro-life enthusiasts, and other horrors too awful to recount in a region threatened with extinction, as a cultural and historic entity, as the countryside literally dies under the blows of the largest military machine ever unleashed on an area of this size, in the words of the hawkish historian Bernard Fall, one of the leading experts on Vietnam, in 1967, that is, before the major U.S. atrocities were set in motion. 22. From all of this, one single element remains, the terrible abuse we have suffered at the hands of our tormentors. Reactions to our adversity are not entirely uniform. At the dovish extreme, we find Senator John Kerry, who warns that we should never again fight a war without committing enough resources to win. No other flaw is mentioned. And there is President Carter, the noted moral teacher and human rights apostle, who assured us that we owe Vietnam no debt and have no responsibility to render it any assistance because the destruction was mutual, an observation so uncontroversial as to pass with no reaction. Others less inclined to turn the other cheek forthrightly assign the blame to the Vietnamese communists alone, denouncing the anti-American extremists who labor to detect lingering ambiguities. 23. In the New York Times, we read stories headlined "Vietnam, trying to be nicer, still has a long way to go," with Asia correspondent Barbara Crossett reporting that though the Vietnamese are making some progress on the missing Americans, they are still far from approaching our lofty moral standards. And 100 others with the same tone and content. Properly statesmanlike, President Bush announces that it was a bitter conflict, but Hanoi knows today that we seek only answers without the threat of retribution for the past. Their crimes against us can never be forgotten, but we can begin writing the last chapter of the Vietnam War if they dedicate themselves with sufficient zeal to the MIAs. We might even begin helping the Vietnamese find and identify their own combatants missing in action, Crossett reports. The adjacent front page story reports Japan's failure, once again, to unambiguously accept the blame for its wartime aggression. 24. As the 1992 presidential campaign heated up, Vietnam's savage maltreatment of suffering America flared up into a major issue. Had Washington done enough to end these abuses, or had it conspired to efface them? A front-page New York Times story by Patrick Tyler captured the mood. Tyler reported that the White House had rejected Ross Perot's 1987 proposal that easing the pressures against Hanoi might be a way to win the repatriation of any American servicemen still held in Southeast Asia. At the time, Tyler observes, Washington was taking a harder diplomatic line with Hanoi to achieve the same end. History has shown that concessions prior to performance is death, said Richard Childress, NSC official supervising POW/missing in action policy. They'll take and take and take, he added. We've learned that over 25 years. United States negotiators were holding onto their leverage until Hanoi made progress on a step-by-step roadmap to improved relations, through cooperation on P.O.W/M.I.A. investigations, Tyler adds, without even the most timid query about Washington's declared intentions or a hint, however faint, that someone might fail to appreciate their righteousness. 25. As the country solemnly contemplated the mind of Japan, deploring the disgraceful self-pity of the Japanese, their failure to offer reparations to their victims, or even to come forward with a definitive statement of wartime responsibility, the U.S. government and press escalated their bitter denunciations of the criminals in Hanoi who not only refuse to confess their guilt but persist in their shameful mistreatment of innocent America. In a lengthy report on this rising indignation over Vietnam's morbid insistence on punishing us 17 years after the war's official end, Crosset wrote that expectations for diplomatic relations between the U.S. and Vietnam may be set back by a resurgence of interest in one piece of unfinished business that will not go away, the fate of missing Americans. Properly incensed by Vietnam's iniquity, George Bush opened Year 500 in October 1991 by intervening once again to block European and Japanese efforts to end the embargo that the U.S. imposed in 1975, while Defense Secretary Dick Cheney reported to Congress that despite improved cooperation, the Vietnamese will have to do more before we grant them entry into the civilized world. Substantial progress on the missing in action issue is required as a condition for normalizing ties, Secretary of State James Baker said, a process that could take several years. Meanwhile, officials in one of the world's poorest countries continue to show irritation, as they did last week when the United States blocked a French proposal calling for the International Monetary Fund to lend money to Vietnam, The Times reported. 26. For a time, the embargo was imposed to punish Vietnam for yet another crime, its assault against Pol Pot in response to murderous Khmer Rouge attacks on Vietnamese border areas. The U.S. had striven to normalize relations despite Vietnam's cruel treatment of us, Barbara Crosset reports under the heading Indochina's Missing, an issue that refused to die. But, she continues, President Carter's efforts to open links to Hanoi were thwarted by Vietnam's invasion of Cambodia in 1978. Naturally, the saintly moralist could not overlook unprovoked aggression. Had George Bush been in charge, he doubtless would have sent Stormin' Norman to crush the aggressor, at least, if there had been a guarantee that no one would shoot back. 27. Carter's deep feelings about the war crime of aggression had been demonstrated for all to see by his reaction to Indonesia's invasion of East Timor in this case, not terminating a murderous assault on the population but initiating a comparable one. As Indonesian violence approached genocidal levels in 1978 and its military supplies were running low, the Carter administration sharply stepped up the flow of arms to its Indonesian ally, also sending jets via the Israeli connection to evade congressional restrictions. 90% of Indonesian arms were US supplied, on the strict condition that they be used only for defensive purposes. From his moral pinnacle, Carter surveyed the Vietnamese crime of aggression and reluctantly terminated his efforts to bring Vietnam into the community of civilized nations, so we are instructed. The principled U.S. opposition to the use of force in international affairs was revealed again through the 1980s, for example, by Washington's decisive support for Israel's invasion of Lebanon and the accompanying slaughter, the government media reaction to the World Court judgment in 1986 ordering the U.S. to desist from its unlawful use of force against Nicaragua, Bush's invasion of Panama to celebrate the fall of the Berlin Wall and the end of the Cold War, and much else. 28. According to the USG Times version, Washington refused to normalize relations as long as a Vietnamese-backed government in Cambodia resisted a negotiated settlement to its civil war. Stephen Greenhouse, that is, the conflict with the Khmer Rouge, supplied by China and Thailand, and, indirectly, the US and its allies, and attacking Cambodian rural areas from their Thai sanctuaries. 29. The reality is a bit different. The Carter administration chose not to accept the Vietnamese offer to re-establish relations, Raymond Garthoff observes, impelled primarily by its early 1978 tilt towards China and, accordingly, toward China's Khmer Rouge ally, well before Vietnam invaded Cambodia. Pol Pot proceeded to carry out the worst atrocities of his reign, concealed by the CIA in its later demographic study, presumably because of the U.S. connection. Unlike many European countries, the U.S. did not abstain at the UN on the legitimate government of Cambodia after the Khmer Rouge were expelled by the Vietnamese, but joined China in supporting the Khmer Rouge, Garthof. The U.S. backed China's invasion to punish Vietnam, and turned to supporting the Thai-based coalition in which the Khmer Rouge was the major military element. The U.S. encouraged the Chinese to support Pol Pot, as Carter's national security advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, later commented. Deng Xiaoping, a particular favorite of the Reagan-Bush administrations, elaborated, "It is wise to force the Vietnamese to stay in Kampuchea because they will suffer more and will not be able to extend their hand to Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore, which they no doubt would have proceeded to conquer had they not been stopped in time." After helping to reconstruct Pol Pot's shattered forces, the US-China-Thailand coalition, and the West generally, lent its diplomatic support to Pol Pot, imposed an embargo on Cambodia and blocked aid from other sources, including humanitarian aid, and undermined any moves toward a negotiated settlement that did not offer the Khmer Rouge an influential role. The U.S. even threatened Thailand with loss of trade privileges if it refused to support the Khmer Rouge, the Far Eastern Economic Review reported in 1989. It was under the pressure of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council that the Cambodians were forced to accept the return of the Khmer Rouge, Sihanouk pointed out in his first speech after his triumphant return to Cambodia in November 1991. A year earlier, he had informed U.S. journalist T.D. Allman that to save Cambodia, all you had to do in 1979 was to let Pol Pot die. Pol Pot was dying and you brought him back to life. 30. A more accurate rendering of Times speak, then, is that Vietnam's efforts to restore relations were thwarted by the Carter administration's turn towards China and the Khmer Rouge, that the U.S. exploited the pretext of the invasion to punish the people of Vietnam and Cambodia as severely as possible, and that Washington refused to allow any diplomatic settlement that did not guarantee the Khmer Rouge a leading role. By expelling this tacit U.S. ally from Cambodia, bringing to an end atrocities that peaked after Carter's tilt toward China, hence toward Pol Pot, and then keeping him at bay, Vietnam may have earned the thanks of most Cambodians, Globe editor H.D.S. Greenway writes. But these actions earned it the opprobrium of most of the rest of the world, notably, those parts of the world that follow U.S. whims. But Vietnam's withdrawal from Cambodia eliminated this pretext for the embargo, leaving only Vietnam's mistreatment of us on the missing in action issue. This continuing crime, U.S. moralists in press and government explain, requires that we keep the embargo in force, thus depriving Vietnam of loans and investments from the international financial institutions that the U.S. controls and the Europeans and Japanese, wary of stepping on the toes of their powerful and relentless ally. 31. The Pearl Harbor anniversary itself was marked by a Washington Post editorial noting that although Vietnam had made progress, some missing in action advocates allege that it is holding back remains. It will take considerable openness on Hanoi's part and diligent investigation on Washington's to clear up this question, the editors sternly conclude. If the Vietnamese are willing to cooperate fully, we may allow them to join the world community, though we will never forgive them for the harm and pain they have inflicted upon us for over 40 years, any more than we can forget the Japanese infamy of just a few years earlier. 32. Turning again to the real world, it is largely U.S. business interests that are complaining over the fanatical commitment to bleed Vietnam. They fear that they may be cut out of opportunities for profit by competitors abroad, that they may not get their fair share of trade in Vietnam, as one executive puts it. These considerations do provide some reason to rethink our stand. We might relent, the press reports, if Vietnam agrees to 2 years of excavations, takes steps to open our way to Laos and Cambodia, promises to turn over any remains that may ever be found, and grants us immediate access to the Vietnamese countryside and to military archives, as the aggrieved party, We meanwhile confine Vietnamese diplomats at the UN to the immediate vicinity, and as for military archives, 33. There are Vietnamese like Deputy Foreign Minister Le Mai, who says he understands the need of the American government to convince the American people on the Mias, Greenway writes. The Vietnamese also understand that the issue of missing Americans is the single greatest barrier to lifting the American-imposed trade embargo, establishing diplomatic relations with the U.S., and rejoining the world community. But, Greenway adds, there are also Vietnamese who speak with great bitterness against what they see as America making a political issue of its own loss with a country that has 200,000 to 300,000 of its soldiers missing and unaccounted for. One Vietnamese war veteran suggests that Americans come back and tell us where Vietnamese are buried. What a task, Greenway writes from ample direct experience as a war correspondent, recalling long-suppressed memories of bulldozers shoveling Vietnamese corpses into pits and helicopter sling loads, with arms and legs protruding from the mesh, being carted off to some unmarked grave. 34. Greenway deserves credit for this rare departure from the ranks, though we might take note of a few other problems that some might attribute to an agent who remains unnamed. None of this, hardly a secret, stands in the way of allowing the U.S. to rejoin the world community, or calls for whether remorse or even self-reflection, not to speak of reparations for ghastly crimes. Other voices are too faint to penetrate our orgy of self-pity over the abuse we suffer. For example, the surgeon who carried out a delicate operation in February 1990 to remove a US-made shell from the arm of one of the many victims killed or maimed by unexploded ordnance after the fighting ended. The miserable commies were berated with much scorn when they released maps of mines in Afghanistan so that civilians could be protected from the deadly legacy of their aggression. There were no such denunciations of the United States, for a simple reason: Washington refused to provide mine maps to civilian mine deactivation teams in Indochina. As a Pentagon spokesman explained, people should not live in those areas. They know the problem. What is more, as a matter of elementary logic, no condemnation could be in order for seeding the countryside with mines or anti-personnel bomblets in our excess of righteousness and disinterested benevolence. 35. Readers of the foreign press can hear the voice of 11-year-old Tran Viet Quang in the city of Vinh, which had the misfortune of being cursed by location, as the Times thoughtfully explained, p. 333. His parents desperately want him to obtain an education, and since the town cannot afford school books, Tran must go without breakfast so that his parents can buy them. If he's lucky, his teacher will buy chalk out of a salary eked from 2 or 3 jobs. The local government also cannot afford to repair many of the roads, hospitals, and sewage drains destroyed 20 years ago by U.S. bombers, John Stackhouse reports from the shattered city. In 1991, the Children's Hospital was forced to close 50 of 250 beds and to ask patients to provide medicines. Doctors perform surgical operations on a table donated by Poland, largely without equipment. At the Vinh Medical Center, where the hospital's pharmacy remains a pile of rubble, a doctor states the obvious: the problems here are a consequence of the American war, and the embargo has made it worse. The embargo, Stackhouse notes, has isolated Vietnam internationally, cutting it off from trade and aid flows, blocking aid from development organizations where the U.S. has an effective veto, including the Manila-based Asian Development Bank, which is prepared to lend $300 million, including funds for an irrigation project that could increase farm yields by 1/3. Though Vietnam undertook the structural adjustment programs required by the official lenders well before Eastern Europe, it cannot receive any of the low-cost World Bank funds designed to ease the severe impact, thanks to the stern U.S. veto. The result is that child deaths are 2 to 3 times higher than in Bangladesh, and the education system, which once produced an overwhelmingly literate population, has collapsed. Commercial banks and other donors and investors will not move until the U.S. permits it, and foreign markets are largely closed, so there is no prospect for private sector jobs. Even a UNICEF appeal failed, because no one wants to offend the U.S. The director of UNICEF's Ho Chi Minh City office observes. 36. Readers of the foreign press may also hear the voices of mountain tribesmen in October 1991, as they asked authorities for permission to shoot down a U.S. helicopter when they heard it was on the way to investigate evidence of U.S. soldiers missing in action. It is not difficult to uncover the source of the pent-up aggression here, Canadian correspondent Philip Smucker reports. It is only a matter of locating which village has had a child recently maimed or killed by a bomblet, a tiny bomb left hidden in the soil for the past 18 years in a region where carpet bombing and dioxin spraying by U.S. aircraft devastated the forests, leaving much of the countryside looking like a mountainous moonscape perforated with craters the size of Cadillacs. The soil drenched with more than 200 liters of chemical poisons a square hectare, so that the number of deformed children is much higher here than in the north where there was no spraying. In this isolated region alone, more than 5,000 people have been injured and killed from unexploded bombs since 1975. I hate the man who dropped this bomb, a peasant says standing in front of a crater 10 times his size that is literally at his doorstep, one of the relics of the B-52 carpet bombings that killed his wife in 1969. Another tells of his 8-year-old son, who had just been blown to pieces a few weeks earlier when he picked up a round metal object in the mud, another child's death that will go unrecorded in the annals of the Vietnam War. 37. Surely there is nothing here to trouble our unsullied conscience as we scrutinize the deformed minds of the perfidious Japanese and the psychic disorders that so puzzle and intrigue us. Those who have memorized the guiding doctrine of the 500-year conquest will have no difficulty perceiving the moral chasm that lies between us and the Japanese. Morality comes from the barrel of a gun and we have the guns. As if to highlight the point, the New York Times Science section ran an article headlined "Study of Dioxin's Effect in Vietnam is Hampered by Diplomatic Freeze." The diplomatic freeze is depicted with the symmetry that objective journalism demands. Vietnamese and American officials move at a glacial pace in negotiations to improve ties, etc., but the article is unusual in noting some unfortunate consequences of this curious mutual disorder. The problem is that the 17-year freeze in relations between Vietnam and the United States is hindering vital research into long-term effects of Agent Orange and other sources of dioxin on both military and civilian populations. This is most unfortunate, since much might be learned about the potential dangers of industrial dioxin in the West by studying the people in areas sprayed during the Vietnam War with large doses of American defoliants containing dioxin. Vietnam is an ideal location for more research into potential links between dioxin and cancer, reproductive dysfunction, hormone problems, immune deficiencies, disorders of the central nervous system, liver damage, diabetes, and altered lipid metabolism. The article continues, and may help solve the critical problem of determining the level at which it might become dangerous to humans. That the creatures under inquiry might have some needs to be addressed, perhaps by the hidden agent, is a thought too exotic to be addressed, even hinted. There are 2 reasons why Vietnam could provide excellent opportunities for study. First, a large number of Vietnamese of all ages and both sexes have been exposed to dioxin, including many women and children, while in the West, industrial accidents or neighborhood contamination as in Sevso, Italy, and Love Canal have involved small groups in confined areas, mostly men. Second, Vietnam furnishes an extensive control group, since Northerners were not sprayed. Another useful feature is that many Vietnamese had substantial exposures to dioxin. 80% of the Vietnamese lived in rural areas and were frequently barefoot or in sandals, an American researcher comments. Cooperation in Vietnam couldn't be better, but we're letting a unique opportunity fade to study the health consequences for all of us because of the continuing freeze. Time is running out for studies of people exposed to spraying. 38. Perhaps this interesting research project might include a look at the children dying of cancer and birth defects or the women with rare malignant tumors in hospitals in the South, not the North, spared this particular atrocity, the sealed containers with hideously deformed babies, and other terrifying scenes reported occasionally in the foreign press or far from the public eye here. That inquiry too might yield benefits for the United States. 39. This critique of the mutual disorder departs from convention in at least suggesting that something may be awry. Like all too much else, it may raise in some minds the question whether the intellectual culture is real, or a script by Jonathan Swift. The critique recalls the occasional complaints about the heavy censorship in Japan under the American occupation, imposed in secret. References to it were censored, while the U.S. designed a constitution for Japan stating that no censorship shall be maintained, nor shall the secrecy of any means of communication be violated, and General MacArthur was emphatically telling the Japanese people and Japanese journalists that freedom of the press and freedom of speech were very close to his heart, and were freedoms for which the Allies had fought the war. Monica Bra. The censorship had been instituted at once and was maintained for 4 years, by which time the purge of dissidents made it less important. One motive, from the first days, was to prevent any discussion of the atom bomb or its effects. These were kept as secret as possible within Japan because of concerns that the truth might disturb public tranquility and imply that the bombing was a crime against humanity, one censor declared as he barred an eyewitness account of the Nagasaki atrocity. Even Japanese scientific papers were barred. That did elicit some objections, but not because the censorship hindered treatment of survivors, an issue largely ignored, rather, because a unique opportunity to learn more about radiation damage was being lost. 40. As America contemplated Japan's crimes on the 50th anniversary, a new book appeared on the one American atrocity that has indeed been recognized, the My Lai massacre in March 1968. American reviewers were shocked to learn that the infamous Lt. Calley, who commanded the killers, served less than 3 years of confinement in his bachelor officer quarters before he was paroled and now enjoys life as a Georgia businessman, driving his Mercedes sedan from his pleasant home to the shopping mall where his jewelry store is located. Concluding his reflections on the massacre, the Washington Post reviewer observes, "Any book on this subject ultimately shirks its responsibility unless it clearly tracks the fault down to the complex light and dark of the individual human soul." In the London Financial Times, Justin Wintle had a different reaction. Like nearly every other book about Vietnam published in the West, 4 Hours in My Life focuses on America, and the damage done to the American self-esteem. The other half of the equation is marginalist. Although the authors dutifully record the eyewitness accounts of a handful of survivors of My Lai, the engulfing sorrow that still pervades Quangai as a result of 8 years' occupation by US and South Korean forces is here unsung. Instead, the reader is swamped by any amount of often trivial biographical detail pertaining to the lives of nearly every American mentioned in the text. That pattern had been set early on. Few winced when the New York Times published a think piece from My Lai on the 5th anniversary of the massacre, in March 1973, noting that the village and region remained silent and unsafe, though the Americans were still trying to make it safe by relentless bombardment and shelling. The reporter quoted villagers who accused the Americans of killing many people, adding philosophically, "They are in no position to appreciate what the name My Lai means to Americans." 41. The Washington Post review observes the laws of political correctness by enjoining us to plumb the depths of the individual human soul with its dark complexities, to seek the answer to My Lai in some universal fault of the human species, not in U.S. policies and institutions. The laws prescribe that the U.S. only reacts to the crimes of others, and has no policies beyond a general benevolence. In Quangai Province, no policies beyond trying to make it safe for the suffering Vietnamese who we are protecting. True, there was destruction in Indochina, but, quite commonly, with no agent. There were substantial tracts of land made fallow by the war, the Times leading Asia hand, Fox Butterfield, reports, coining a phrase that would have made Orwell gasp. His colleague Craig Whitney summarized the legacy of the war, the punishment inflicted on the Vietnamese and their land when the communists were allowed to operate in it and the villagers driven from the ancestral homes by the fighting. It was all some natural disaster, inexplicable, except by musing on the darkness of the individual human soul, perhaps. 42. The British reviewer recommended a step beyond, a look at the objectives of Washington's policy makers, not merely the soul of Lt. Cali and the half-crazed GIs in the field who carried out the brutal massacre, knowing only that every Vietnamese in the ruins of a Quang Ngai village man, woman, or child was a potential threat to their lives. As a first step in determining these objectives, we might inspect Operation Wheeler Wallowa, in which the official body count listed 10,000 enemy, including the victims of My Lai. In his detailed study of this and other mass murder operations of the period, Newsweek bureau chief Kevin Buckley writes that My Lai was a particularly gruesome application of a wider policy which had the same effect in many places at many times. For example, in one area of 4 villages where the population was reduced from 16,000 to 1,600, or another where the U.S. military command's location plots reveal that B-52 bombings were targeted precisely on villages, and where helicopters chased and killed people working in the fields. Of course, the blame for that could not have been dumped on a stumblebum lieutenant. Buckley commented, Cali was an aberration, but Wheeler Wallowa was not. Or many other operations like it, a fact that brings certain thoughts to mind. Point 43. North American relief workers in Quang Ngai knew of the My Lai massacre at once, but, like the local population, took no particular notice because it was not considered out of the ordinary. Retired Army officer Edward King wrote that My Lai represented to the average professional soldier nothing more than being caught up in a cover-up of something which he knew had been going on for a long time on a smaller scale. By accident, the military panel investigating the My Lai massacre found another much like it a few miles away, at Mai Khe, but dismissed charges against the commanding officer on the grounds that it was a perfectly normal operation in which a village was destroyed with about 100 people killed and the remnants forcibly relocated, much like the remnants of My Lai, sent to a waterless camp on Batanon Peninsula over which floated a banner reading, "We thank you for liberating us from communist terror." There, they were subjected to Operation Bold Mariner, which tried to make that region safe with probably even greater slaughter and ecological devastation. Point 44. Could there be another candidate for war crimes trials, beyond General Yamashita and 1,000 others executed for their crimes in the Pacific War? 6. On sensitivity to history. Recall that one of the character flaws we discover in exploring the mind of Japan is their clumsy attempts to sanitize the past and the complete absence of a sense in Japan of their own history, much like the Soviet officials who mobilized every conceivable weapon, to suppress the public's memory of the grisly episodes that form the larger cancer of history, finally in vain, because you can't murder history. Or can you? The fate of the Indochina Wars in U.S. ideology illustrates our right to pontificate on this issue. A still more recent example is the Central America episode of the past decade. Some future historian will gaze in wonder at our self-flagellation over the monstrous atrocities we perpetrated there, surpassing even the earlier achievements that have helped to keep our backyard in deepest misery. The very idea of an American intellectual judging others on how they come to terms with their history is so astounding as to leave one virtually speechless. Who among us, from the earliest days, has failed to come to terms with the truth about slavery or the extermination of the native population? Can there be a resident of civilized New England, for example, who has not committed to memory the gruesome details of the first major act of genocide, the slaughter of the Pequot Indians in 1637, the remnants sold into slavery? Who has not learned the proud words of the 1643 Puritan account of these inspiring acts, describing the official dissolution of the Pequot nation by the colonial authorities, who outlawed even the designation Pequot so that the name of the Pequots, as of Amalek, is blotted out from under heaven, there being not one that is, or, at least, dare call himself a Pequot? Surely every American child who pledges allegiance to our nation under God is instructed as to how the Puritans borrowed the rhetoric and imagery of the Old Testament, consciously modeling themselves on His chosen people as they followed God's command, smiting the Canaanites and driving them from the promised land. Nell Salisbury. Who has not shown Hansay while studying the chroniclers who extolled our revered forebears as they did the Lord's work in accord with the admonitions of their religious leaders, fulfilling their divine mission with a pre-dawn surprise attack on the main Pequot village while most of the men were away, slaughtering women, children, and old men in true biblical style? In their own words, the Puritans turned the huts into a fiery oven in which the victims of the most terrible death that may be were left frying in the fire and the streams of blood quenching the same, while the servants of the Lord gave the praise thereof to God, who had wrought so wonderfully for them. Can there be anyone who has not asked whether our history might offer some later resonances of this exultation over the extermination of those who had exalted themselves in their great pride, arrogantly refusing to grant us what they have? 45. Or if southern Connecticut is too remote for intellectual and moral guides in our greatest city, then surely they could not have failed to immerse themselves in the records of the actions that cleared the New York region of the native scourge only a few years later. For example, the account by David de Vries of his experiences in Lower Manhattan in February 1643, while Dutch soldiers massacred peaceful Algonquin Indians right across the Hudson, finally exterminating or expelling almost all Native Americans from the New York metropolitan area. The killers in this case preferred another favored model of the Founding Fathers. Considering they had done a deed of Roman valor in murdering so many in their sleep, where infants were torn from their mothers' breasts, and hacked to pieces in the presence of the parents, and the pieces thrown into the fire and in the water, and other sucklings, being bound to small cradle boards, were cut, stuck, and pierced, and miserably massacred in a manner to move a heart of stone. Some were thrown into the river, and when the fathers and mothers endeavored to save them, the soldiers would not let them come on land but made both parents and children drown. Not unlike the Rio Sumpul massacre on the Salvador Honduras border in 1980, the first major atrocity of the US-run war in El Salvador, which someday perhaps the New York Times may even discover, and countless other operations of the elite battalions fresh from their US training, armed with US arms, and guided by the doctrines we have taught them for many years. 46. No one can accuse us of concealing the actions that cleared the New York area. The facts are, after all, readily available to everyone in Native American place names in New York City, prominently published by the Museum of the City of New York. The spectacle of our sensitivity to history is too obscene to merit review, though neglect would not be quite the right word. Anyone who can recall the images and lessons of their childhood will know why, at least those whose childhood years came before the impact of the popular movements of the 1960s was finally felt, arousing a chorus of revulsion over the PC takeover of our previously saintly culture. My own memories were reawakened a few weeks after the exposure of the My Lai massacre in 1969, while thumbing through a fourth-grade text on colonial New England assigned in a Boston suburb noted for the quality of its schools. The children indeed read a fairly accurate account of the slaughter of the Pequots, which was applauded, much in the manner of the Puritan record of 1643.47. And so the story continues right through the 500th year. In the Times Book Review, historian Caleb Carr reviews a book on the 1862 Sioux Uprising in Minnesota. The Minnesota encounter, he explains, was a total war between rival nations for control of a territory both groups were willing to die for. But there was a crucial asymmetry. For one nation, settlement was generally their last hope. They were staking not only their fortunes but also their very lives on the hope of building new lives in untried country. For the natives, at least at first, the terms of the conflict were less mortal. They could, after all, trudge off further west. Carr describes the encounter as less than inspiring, and praises the author for recognizing that both nations were guilty of crimes. Those of the Sioux are outlined in gory detail: atrocious behavior, sadism and bloodlust, a particular penchant for torturing infants and children, etc. The tune changes markedly when Carr turns to the settlers seeking to build new lives: broken treaties, hanging of 38 Sioux, expulsion even of some who were not guilty of resistance, etc. But the radical difference is only fair, given the asymmetry of need in the encounter. To conjure up a nightmare, suppose the Nazis had won the European war. Perhaps some later German ideologue might have conceded that the encounter between Germans and Slavs on the Eastern Front was less than inspiring, though for balance, we must recall that it was a total war between rival nations for control of a territory both groups were willing to die for, and for the Slavs the terms of the conflict were less mortal than for the Germans needing Lebensraum, staking not only their fortunes but also their very lives on the hope of building new lives in untried country. The Slavs, after all, could trudge off to Siberia. 48. It is noteworthy that Carr's review opens with the predictable frothing at the mouth about the evils of PC, that is, the efforts of a misguided few to face some of the truths of history. That is a common posture, in the Times, de rigueur on this topic, among others. In a typical case, another Times reviewer, with bitterness dripping from every line, writes that a novel on Columbus adheres closely to the new multicultural perspective, focusing on what the author sees as the devastating effects that Columbus's arrival in the New World had on the native populations, including the supposed deaths of thousands of people. Who but a fashionable multiculturalist could believe that the effects of the conquest were devastating, or could suppose that thousands of Native Americans died? A second Times reviewer of the same book, former Newsweek senior book critic Paul Prescott, chimes in with a hysterical denunciation of the ideologically correct author for daring to write that the Spanish harmed the natives of Hispaniola while suppressing the kind of history is not politically correct, that the natives told Columbus that their immediate problem was that they were being eaten by the Caribs. How they told Columbus this tale of woe, and why no record exists, Prescott does not explain. On the immediate problem as seen by the contemporary observer Las Casas, who denied the cannibalism charge concocted by Columbus, see pages 273 to 4.49. It is not unreasonable to suppose that the extremely crude but quite effective propaganda campaign about the takeover of our culture by PC left fascists was in part motivated by the forthcoming quincentennial, with the danger that it might elicit some self-reflection, perhaps even remorse. 7. Thief. The renewal of the punishment of Vietnam for its crimes, the voices of the unheard victims, the search into the depths of the individual human soul, but nothing more, in the case of our admitted departure from purity, and our contemplation of the mind of Japan. All of these fall on the 50th anniversary of Pearl Harbor, along with the resurgence of self-pity over our tragic fate. Those who might believe that the Paumia issue reflects the profound humanitarian impulses of our leaders will quickly be disabused of this naive idea by a look at a few comparisons. Walter Woke, a Vietnam veteran who chairs the New York State Senate Vietnam Veterans Advisory Council, writes: at the end of World War II the U.S. had 78,751 MIAs, 27% of the war's U.S. battle deaths. The Korean War resulted in 8,177 MIAs, which represented 15.2% of the Americans killed in action. Of the 2.6 million Americans who served in Vietnam, 2,505 less than 5.5% of the U.S. battle deaths are listed as missing in action. But even that figure is misleading. Of that number 1,113 were killed in action, but their bodies were not recovered. Another 631 were presumed dead because of the circumstances of their loss, i.e., airmen known to have crashed into the sea, and 33 died in captivity. The remaining 728 are missing. It should be noted that 590 of the missing Americans, 81%, were airmen, and there were strong indications that more than 442 of these individuals, 75%, went down with their aircraft. Are the Vietnam MIAs in a special category because of the refusal of the savage communists to allow a thorough search? In the major study of the Missing in Action campaign, Bruce Franklin points out that remains of MIAs from World War II are discovered almost every year in the European countryside, where no one has hampered any search for 45 years. Remains from General Custer's 1,876 battle were still being located in the 1980s, as were skeletons of Confederate soldiers and U.S. soldiers killed in Canada during the War of 1812.50. The truth of the matter is not hard to perceive. The state media complex has been resorting to a trick familiar to every petty crook and tenth-rate lawyer: when you are caught with your hand in someone's pocket, cry thief. Thief. Don't try to defend yourself, thus conceding that there is an issue to confront. Rather, shift the onus to your accusers, who must then defend themselves against your charge. The technique can be highly effective when control over the doctrinal system is assured. The device is familiar to propagandists, virtually a reflex, adopted unthinkingly. The PC propaganda operation is a transparent example, Chapter 2.4. The device also comes naturally to the corporate rulers, who commonly present themselves as pathetic and embattled, desperately trying to survive the onslaught of the liberal media, powerful unions, and hostile government forces that keep them from earning an honest dollar. Their media propagandists play the same game. During the Pittston mine workers' strike in 1989 to 1990, the company president ran daily press conferences, though it was hardly necessary, since the media were eager to do his work for him. In the first, and only, TV gesture toward coverage, Robert Kulwich of CBS commented that Pittston Coal Group president Mike Odom is willing to say that the union has done a very slick public relations job, and that he has some catching up to do. That takes care of the fact that the national media, to the limited extent that they covered this historic labor struggle at all, adopted the company point of view reflexively, deflecting union efforts to present the issues as the workers saw them with their practiced efficiency. 51. The same device is standard in debate over the media. It is child's play to demonstrate their subordination to state power with regard to Indochina, Central America, and the Middle East. Accordingly, the sole issue we are permitted to discuss is whether the media went too far in their adversarial zeal, perhaps even undermining the foundations of democracy, the questions pondered in the solemn deliberations of the Trilateral Commission and Freedom House. An academic study of the media on Central America and the Middle East, led by a man with proper liberal credentials, considers only the question of the anti-establishment fervor of the media. Was it too extreme, or did they manage to keep it within tolerable bounds? As in this case, the thief technique is particularly effective when the analyst can be placed at the outer limits of dissidence. Thus, longtime NPR Middle East correspondent Jim Laterman inquires into the fervent support of the U.S. media for the cause of the Palestinians, their manipulation by Yasser Arafat, and their consuming hatred of Israel, also obvious to any reader. Exhibiting his left-liberal credentials, he concludes that there is no proof of a conscious anti-Semitic conspiracy, despite appearances. 52. In such ways, mountains of evidence can be made to disappear with a mere flick of the wrist. The technique requires lockstep loyalty on the part of the cultural managers. But the unwashed masses are sometimes more difficult to handle. In the case of Vietnam, by the late 1960s, substantial sectors of the public were joining those whom Kennedy Johnson National Security Advisor McGeorge Bundy called the wild men in the wings, questioning the first team that was running the war, and even the justice of the U.S. cause. 53. With all the help provided by the mass media, things were reaching the point where the murderous barbarism of the U.S. war could no longer be concealed or defended. The predictable response was to say thief. Thief. Of course, there was nothing new in this. But the Indochina wars were reaching the stage where something was needed beyond the norm. By the late 60s, school children were given assignments in the Weekly Reader, which goes to elementary schools throughout the country, to write letters to Ho Chi Minh pleading with him to release the Americans he had captured, the implication being that the evil communists had snatched them as they strolled peacefully on Main Street, Iowa, spiriting them off to Hanoi for the purpose of torturing them. The PR campaign went into full gear in 1969, for two major reasons. First, U.S. atrocities were reaching a scale that surpassed any hope of denial. Defense against the charges being impossible, the debate must be transferred to the evil nature of the enemy, his crimes against us. Second, corporate America had determined that the war must end. It would therefore no longer be possible to evade diplomacy and negotiations. But the Eisenhower-Kennedy-Johnson doctrine still held firm: diplomacy is not an option because the U.S. and its clients were too weak politically to hope to prevail in the arena of peaceful competition. Accordingly, Nixon and Kissinger radically accelerated and expanded the violence, and sought in every way to deflect unwanted negotiations. The device used was to raise demands on prisoner return that no belligerent had ever so much as considered in the past, in the hope that Hanoi would keep to traditional Western standards and reject them, so that the commie rats could be denounced for their infamy and the negotiations could be delayed. After the war's end, a new motive arose. The destruction of Indochina was not considered a sufficient victory. It was necessary to continue to strangle and crush the Vietnamese enemy by other means: refusal of diplomatic relations, economic warfare, and the other devices available to the toughest guy on the block. The cause was taken up by President Carter, accelerated as he made his tilt toward China in early 1978. It has been pursued since by his successors, with the support of the political class generally. Its current manifestations, we have just reviewed. This resort to the thief technique was a brilliant success throughout, thanks to the compliance of the institutions of indoctrination. Franklin reviews the matter in some detail, showing how the press leaped into the fray on command while filmmakers and TV pursued the ingenious strategy of selecting the best publicized atrocities of the U.S. and its client and rearranging personnel to transform them into crimes of the enemy. The supreme cynicism of the enterprise is highlighted by the maneuvers that had to be undertaken to shift from professed outrage over Pol Pot atrocities itself an utter fraud in elite circles, as demonstrated conclusively by their reaction to U.S. atrocities in Cambodia a few years earlier and to those of the US-backed Indonesian client in Timor in the very same years 54, to a complex stand in which Pol Pot is condemned as the very symbol of communist horror, while the Vietnamese invasion that saved Cambodia from his atrocities is shaped into a still more monstrous communist atrocity, and the quiet U.S. support for Pol Pot is somehow finessed. Even that task was effortlessly accomplished. And the ideological institutions shifted gears smoothly when the Cambodia pretext was lost and only the POW/missing in action issue remained to justify the torture of the people of Indochina. Michael Vickery makes the important point that every time Vietnam has had a chance, however slight, to escape from the conditions left from the cruel and destructive era of French colonialism, the U.S. has stepped in to block that opportunity. When the Geneva Settlement of 1954 laid the basis for unification with countrywide elections, the U.S. barred that option, recognizing that the wrong side would surely win. Though the DRV, North Vietnam, was cut off from the traditional food surplus areas in the South, by 1958 it had achieved food self-sufficiency while industry was developing, a prospect of success that caused much dismay among U.S. planners, who urged secretly that the U.S. do what it could to retard the economic progress of the communist Asian states, with its dangerous demonstration effect. They were particularly concerned over the progress in the DRV in comparison to the failures of the US-imposed regime in the South. U.S. intelligence in 1959 expected development in the South to lag behind that in the North, where economic growth was proceeding and was concentrated on building for the future. The Kennedy escalation and its aftermath took care of that threat. After the war, Vietnam was admitted to the IMF, and in a confidential report of 1977, a World Bank team praised the Vietnamese government's efforts to mobilize its resources and tap its vast potential. The U.S. made short shrift of that danger as well, blocking any assistance and imposing an economic stranglehold. In 1988 to 1990, Vickery observes further, in spite of an extremely unfavorable international position, Vietnam had come through with a surprising economic success, leading the IMF to present a glowing report, the Far Eastern Economic Review reported. The response was George Bush's renewal of the embargo, and in the ideological institutions, a revival of lagging fervor over the abuse we endure at the hands of the criminal aggressors. 55. There is method in the madness. Apart from the principled opposition to Third World development out of U.S. control, it is important for subject peoples to understand that they dare not raise their heads in the presence of the master. If they do, not only will they be devastated by overwhelming violence, but they will continue to suffer, as long as we deem it in our interests. Current treatment of Nicaragua illustrates the pattern, as of Iraq, where Bush's friend and ally stepped out of line, so we must see to it that tens of thousands of his Iraqi victims die of starvation and disease after the war's end. The West sternly destroys the weapons of mass destruction it provided to this monster when it was profitable and advantageous to do so, while unleashing the destructive power of another weapon of mass destruction, the effective withdrawal of food and other necessities from the Iraqi people. Two specialists on world hunger observe. 56 The lower orders must understand their place in a world of order and stability. In its editorial on Vietnam marking the Pearl Harbor anniversary, the editors of the Washington Post note the abiding irony that the United States lost the war in a military sense but ended up imposing a victor's terms for normalization. It could do so because it remained a country representing dominant global values, powerfully influencing the regional balance and the international economy. This is how all the concessions came to be made by Vietnam. The statement has merit, though a little amplification is in order. The dominant global values extolled by the Post editors are the values of those who wield the sword and thereby set the rules. 57. It would be difficult to find an example in the 500-year conquest as sordid, dishonest, and cowardly as the carefully contrived display of self-pity on the part of the murderous aggressors who destroyed 3 countries, leaving mountains of corpses and countless others maimed and orphaned, in order to block a political settlement that they knew their clients were too weak to sustain. A fact that is clear from the internal record, has been developed in detail by military historians, and is recognized even by the most fanatic government scholars. 58 The abiding irony is that this shameful performance proceeds, untroubled, alongside our musings about the defects of the Japanese psyche. 8 A date which does not live in infamy. The irony, to use a word that hardly meets the need, is heightened by another anniversary that did not reach threshold. The 50th anniversary of the date which will live in infamy coincided with the 30th anniversary of John F. Kennedy's escalation of the Vietnam conflict from large-scale international terrorism to outright aggression. On October 11, 1961, Kennedy ordered dispatch of a U.S. Air Force Farmgate Squadron to South Vietnam, 12 planes especially equipped for counterinsurgency warfare, combat-modified T-28 fighter bomber trainers, SC-47S and B-26 bombers, soon authorized to fly coordinated missions with Vietnamese personnel in support of Vietnamese ground forces. On December 16, Defense Secretary McNamara authorized their participation in combat operations. These were the first steps in engaging U.S. forces directly in bombing and other combat operations in South Vietnam from 1962, along with sabotage missions in the north. These 1961 to 1962 actions laid the groundwork for the huge expansion of the war in later years. 59. As we have seen, the anniversary did not pass entirely unmarked. Bush chose the occasion almost 30 years to the day after Kennedy's first major step in this fateful direction to block the admission of Vietnam to the world community, and the propaganda apparatus orchestrated a revival of its POW/missing in action hypocrisies. To the best of my knowledge, the conjunction of anniversaries reached the media 3 times, Michael Albert, Z Magazine, and Alexander Coburn, Nation, Los Angeles Times. 60. In a world of truth and honesty, that failure could be attributed to the distinction between the 2 cases, so large as to make the comparison irrelevant and unfair. It hardly makes sense to draw a comparison between Japan's attack on a naval facility in a U.S. colony, after some relevant earlier interactions, and the first major act of aggression against a defenseless civilian society 10,000 miles away. History offers no controlled experiments, but those who seek an analogy might, perhaps, compare Japan's sneak attack to the U.S. bombing of Libya in 1986, carefully timed for the 7 p.m. EST National Evening News. The Reagan PR folks borrowed a leaf from Lyndon Johnson, who had ordered the bombing of North Vietnam in retaliation for the alleged Tonkin Gulf incident in August 1964 for 7 p.m. EST, though the military could not oblige in that case. But this comparison too, one might argue, is still unfair to the Japanese. The U.S. attack on Libya was aimed at civilian targets, on fraudulent pretexts. The Tonkin Gulf retaliation too was readily detected to be a fraud, outside the compliant mainstream. 61. Such thoughts are doubtless too outlandish to pursue. Let us therefore put them aside, though some might find something in them to consider as we turn to year 501. The coincidences of 1991 to 1992 are striking: great indignation on the 50th anniversary of Pearl Harbor, the backgrounds carefully sanitized, sober contemplation of the mind of Japan and the social and cultural flaws revealed therein, silence on the 30th anniversary of John F. Kennedy's direct attack against the civilian society of South Vietnam. The combination is a rare tribute to the moral cowardice and intellectual corruption that are the natural concomitants of unchallenged privilege. One last coincidence might be noted, of no small interest in itself. The forgotten 30th anniversary of JFK's aggression happened to be the occasion for an outpouring of adulation for the fallen leader who, it was claimed with some passion, intended to withdraw from Vietnam, a fact suppressed by the media, and had been assassinated for that reason. It was prominently charged. The odd admiration for Kennedy, the lonely hero, struck down as, and perhaps because, he sought to prevent a U.S. war in Vietnam, adds an interesting touch to the questions of Hansei that might find some small place in the 500th year. This 1991 to 1992 drama proceeded at several levels, from cinema to scholarship, engaging some of the best-known Kennedy intellectuals as well as substantial segments of the popular movements that in large part grew from opposition to the Vietnam War. Much as they differ on parts of the picture and other issues, there is a shared belief across the spectrum that history changed course dramatically when Kennedy was assassinated in November 1963, an event that casts a dark shadow over all that followed. Specific timing apart, the renewal of Camelot enthusiasms is an interesting and enlightening manifestation of the cultural and political climate of the early 1990s. There is no doubt about the import of what followed Kennedy's 1961 aggression. The nature of his plans and the reaction to them is therefore of great interest. The perception of current reality, the shaping of memories, and ideas about a better future could be significantly affected by the truth of the matter. At one end of the spectrum of views, the murder of the president, however tragic the killing of an individual may be, was an event of indeterminate political consequence, though one may speculate one way or another without firm basis. 62, at the other, it was a momentous historical event, with extraordinary long-term significance and ominous portent. There are many sources of evidence that bear on the question. In particular, the record of internal deliberations is available far beyond the norm. While history never permits anything like definitive conclusions, in this case the richness of the record, and its consistency, permits some unusually confident judgments, in my opinion. The issue has aroused sufficient interest to merit a separate discussion, presented elsewhere, which I will only summarize here. The basic story that emerges from the historical and documentary record seems to me, in brief, as follows. Point 63. Policy towards Vietnam fell within the general framework of doctrine that had been established for the post-World War II global order, and faced little challenge until the general framework was modified in the early 1970s. The U.S. quickly threw in its lot with France, fully aware from the start that it was opposing the forces of Indo-Chinese nationalism and that its own clients could not withstand political competition. Accordingly, resort to peaceful means was never an option, rather, a dire threat to be avoided. It was also understood, throughout, that domestic support for the U.S. wars and subversion was thin. It was therefore necessary to wind the operation up as quickly as possible, leaving Indochina under the control of client regimes, to the extent feasible. Basic policies held firm in planning circles, and among elites generally, from 1950 into the early 1970s, though by the end questions of feasibility and cost were seriously raised. The Geneva Agreements of 1954 were at once subverted. The U.S. imposed a fragile client regime in what came to be called South Vietnam. Lacking popular support, the regime resorted to large-scale terror to control the population, finally eliciting resistance, which it could not control. As Kennedy took office, collapse of the U.S. position seemed imminent. Kennedy therefore escalated the war to direct U.S. aggression in 1961 to 1962. The military command was exuberant over the success of the enhanced violence, and thought that the war could soon be wound up, leading to U.S. withdrawal after victory. Kennedy went along with these predictions, though with reservations, never willing to commit himself to the withdrawal proposals. By mid-1963, coercive measures appeared to be successful in the countryside, but internal repression had evoked large-scale urban protest. Furthermore, the client regime was calling for a reduction of the U.S. role or even U.S. withdrawal, and was making overtures for a peaceful settlement with the North. The Kennedy administration therefore resolved to overthrow its client in favor of a military regime that would be fully committed to military victory. This result was achieved with the military coup of November 1, 1963. As the U.S. command had predicted, the coup simply led to further disintegration, and as the bureaucratic structure of the former regime dissolved, to a belated recognition that reports of military progress were built on sand. Tactics were then modified in the light of two new factors: 1. The hope that at last a stable basis had been established for expanded military action, and 2. Recognition that the military situation in the countryside was a shambles. The first factor made escalation possible, the second made it necessary, even more so as the former hopes were seen to be a mirage. The plans to withdraw, always predicated on victory, had to be abandoned as the precondition collapsed. By early 1965, only large-scale U.S. aggression could prevent a political settlement. The unchallenged policy assumptions allowed few options. The attack against South Vietnam was sharply escalated in early 1965, and the war was extended to the north. The January 1968 Tet Offensive revealed that the war could not be quickly won. By that time, internal protest and deterioration of the U.S. economy vis-a-vis its industrial rivals convinced domestic elites that the U.S. should move towards disengagement. These decisions set in motion the withdrawal of U.S. ground forces, combined with another sharp escalation of the military assault against South Vietnam and by now all of Indochina, in the hope that the basic policies could still somehow be salvaged. Negotiations continued to be deferred as long as possible, and when the U.S. was finally compelled to sign a peace treaty in January 1973, Washington announced at once, in the clearest and most explicit terms, that it would subvert the treaty in every crucial respect. That it proceeded to do, in particular, by increasing the violence in the South in violation of the treaty, to much domestic acclaim as the tactic appeared to be successful. The dissident press could tell the story, but the mainstream was entirely closed to such heretical truths, and still is. A ban maintained with impressive rigor. 64 These actions of the U.S. and its client again elicited a reaction, and the client regime again collapsed. This time the U.S. could not enter to rescue it. By 1975, the war ended. The U.S. had achieved only a partial victory. On the negative side, the client regimes had fallen. On the positive side, the entire region was in ruins, and there was no fear that the virus of successful independent development might infect others. Improving the picture further, the region was now insulated from any residual danger by murderous military regimes that the U.S. helped install and strongly supported. Another consequence, predictable years earlier, was that the indigenous forces in South Vietnam and Laos, unable to resist the U.S. onslaught, had been decimated, leaving North Vietnam as the dominant force in Indochina. 65 As to what would have happened had these forces survived and the countries allowed to develop in their own ways, one can only speculate. The press and journals of opinion are happy to serve up the desired formulas, but these, as usual, reflect doctrinal requirements, nothing more. Basic policy remained constant in essentials: disentanglement from an unpopular and costly venture as soon as possible, but after the virus was destroyed and victory assured, by the 1970s, with increasing doubt that U.S. client regimes could be sustained. Tactics were modified with changing circumstances and perceptions. Changes of administration, including the Kennedy assassination, had no large-scale effect on policy, and not even any great effect on tactics, when account is taken of the objective situation and how it was perceived. The scale of these colonial wars and their destructiveness was extraordinary, and the long-term import for international and domestic society correspondingly great. But in their essentials, the Indochina Wars fall well within the history of the 500-year conquest, and more specifically, within the framework of the period of U.S. hegemony. Chapter 11. The Third World at Home. 1. The Paradox of 92. The basic theme of the 500-year conquest is misread if it sets Europe broadly construed against the subject domains. As Adam Smith stressed, the interests of the architects of policy are not those of the general population. The internal class war is an inextricable element of the global conquest. One of the memories that reverberates through the 500 years is that European societies were also colonized and plundered, though the better organized communities with institutions for economic regulation and political self-government and traditions of resistance were able to retain basic rights and even extend them through continuing struggle. 1. The end of the affluent alliance and the onset of the new imperial age have intensified the internal class war. A corollary to the globalization of the economy is the entrenchment of third world features at home, the steady drift towards a two-tiered society in which large sectors are superfluous for wealth enhancement for the privileged. Even more than before, the rabble must be ideologically and physically controlled, deprived of organization and interchange, the prerequisite for constructive thinking and social action. The paper has taken us one at a time and convinced us how good the times are. Wobbly writer T-Bone Slim commented, "We have no opportunity to consult our neighbor to find out if the press speak the truth to a large majority of the population regard the economic system as inherently unfair, look back at the Vietnam War as not a mistake but fundamentally wrong and immoral, favored diplomacy not war as the US prepared to bomb Iraq, and so on." But these are private thoughts. They do not raise the dread threat of democracy and freedom as long as there is no systematic way to consult our neighbor. Whatever the individual thoughts may be, collectively we march in the parade. No presidential candidate, for example, could possibly say I opposed the Vietnam War on principled grounds and honor those who refused to obey the order to fight a war that was fundamentally wrong and immoral. In any system of governance, a major problem is to secure obedience. We therefore expect to find ideological institutions and cultural managers to direct and staff them. The only exception would be a society with an equitable distribution of resources and popular engagement in decision-making, that is, a democratic society with libertarian social forms. But meaningful democracy is a remote ideal, regarded as a danger to be averted, not a value to be achieved. The ignorant and meddlesome outsiders must be reduced to their spectator status, as Walter Lippmann phrased the theme that has long been common coin. The current mission is to ensure that any thought of controlling their destiny must be driven from the minds of the rascal multitude. Each person is to be an isolated receptacle of propaganda, helpless in the face of two external and hostile forces, the government and the private sector, with its sacred right to determine the basic character of social life. The second of these forces, furthermore, is to be veiled. Its rights and power must be not only beyond challenge, but invisible, part of the natural order of things. We have traveled a fair distance on this path. The rhetoric of the 1992 election campaign illustrates the process. The Republicans call for faith in the entrepreneur, accusing the other party of being the tool of social engineers who have brought the disaster of communism and the welfare state, virtually indistinguishable. The Democrats counter that they only intend to improve the efficiency of the private sector, leaving its dictatorial rights over most of life and the political sphere unchallenged. Candidates say vote for me, and I will do so and so for you. Few believe them, but more important, a different process is unthinkable, that in their unions, political clubs, and other popular organizations people should formulate their own plans and projects and put forth candidates to represent them. Even more unthinkable is that the general public should have a voice in decisions about investment, production, the character of work, and other basic aspects of life. The minimal conditions for functioning democracy have been removed far beyond thought, a remarkable victory of the doctrinal system. Toward the more totalitarian end of the spectrum, Self-styled conservatives seek to distract the rascal multitude with jingoist and religious fanaticism, family values, and other standard tools of the trade. The spectacle has elicited some bemused commentary abroad. Observing the 1992 Republican Convention, from the pre-Enlightenment God and Country rally on opening day to the party platform crafted by evangelical extremists, and the fact that the Democratic candidate mentioned God 6 times in his acceptance speech and quoted from scriptures, The Economist wondered at a society not ready yet for openly secular leaders, alone in the industrial world. Others watched with amazement as a debate between the vice president and a TV character occupied center stage. These are signs of the success in defanging democratic forms, to eliminate any threat to private power. Point 3. Contemporary right-wing discourse can hardly fail to bring to mind earlier denunciations of liberalism, with its call for women's equality and denial of the ancient truth that a woman's world is her husband, her family, her children, and her home, Adolf Hitler. Or the warning, from the same voice, that it is a sin against the will of the Almighty that hundreds upon thousands of His most gifted creatures should be made to sink in the proletarian swamp while Kafirs and Hottentots are trained for the liberal professions. However, the current version may be masked in code words. The resort to cultural themes and religious jingoist fervor revives the classic fascist technique of mobilizing the people who are under assault. The encouragement of religious enthusiasm, in particular, has a long history within what E.P. Thompson called the psychic processes of counter-revolution used to tame the masses, breeding the chiasm of despair, the desperate hope for some other world than this one, which can offer little. Point 4. Studies of public opinion bring out other strands. A June 1992 Gallup poll found that 75% of the population do not expect life to improve for the next generation of Americans. Not too surprising, given that real wages have been dropping for 20 years, with an accelerated decline under Reaganite conservatism, which also managed to extend the cloud over the college-educated. Public attitudes are illuminated further by the current popularity of ex-presidents. Carter is well in the lead, 74%, followed by the virtually unknown Ford, 68%, with Reagan at 58%, barely above Nixon, 54%. Dislike of Reagan is particularly high among working people and Reagan Democrats, who gave him the highest unfavorable rating, 63% of a wide range of public officials, one study found. Reagan's popularity was always largely a media concoction. The great communicator was quickly dismissed when the farce would no longer play. Point 5. The Harris Polling Organization has been measuring alienation from institutions for 25 years. Its latest survey, for 1991, found the numbers at an all-time high of 66%. 83% of the population feel that the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer, saying that the economic system is inherently unfair. Harris President Humphrey Taylor comments. The concerns of the overwhelming majority, however, cannot be addressed within the political system. Even the words can barely be spoken or heard. The journalist who reports these facts sees only people who are angry at their well-paid politicians and want more power to the people, not more power to the government. We are not allowed to think that government might be of and by the people, or that they might seek to change an economic system that 83% regard as inherently unfair. 6. Another poll revealed that faith in God is the most important part of Americans' lives. 40% said they valued their relationship with God above all else, 29% chose good health and 21% a happy marriage. Satisfying work was chosen by 5%, respect of people in the community by 2%. That this world might offer basic features of a human existence is hardly to be contemplated. These are the kinds of results one might find in a shattered peasant society. Chiastic visions are reported to be particularly prevalent among blacks, again, not surprising, when we learn from the New England Journal of Medicine that black men in Harlem were less likely to reach the age of 65 than men in Bangladesh. 7. Also driven from the mind is any sense of solidarity and community. Educational reform is designed for those whose parents can pay, or at least are motivated to get ahead. The idea that there might be some general concern for children not to speak of others must be suppressed. We must make the true costs of bearing a child out of wedlock clear by letting them be felt when they are incurred, namely at the child's birth. The teenage high school dropout must realize that her child will get no help from us. Michael Cause. In The Rising Culture of Cruelty, Ruth Conniff writes, the middle-class taxpayer, the politician, and the wealthy upper class are all victims of the undeserving poor, who must be disciplined and punished for their depravity, down to future generations. When the Caterpillar Corporation recruited scabs to break a strike by the United Auto Workers, the union was stunned to find that unemployed workers crossed the picket line with no remorse, while Caterpillar workers found little moral support in their community. The union, which had lifted the standard of living for entire communities in which its members lived, had failed to realize how public sympathy had deserted organized labor. A study by 3 Chicago Tribune reporters concludes another victory in an unremitting business campaign of many decades that the union leadership refused to see. It was only in 1978 that UAW President Doug Fraser criticized the leaders of the business community for having chosen to wage a one-sided class war in this country, a war against working people, the unemployed, the poor, the minorities, the very young and the very old, and even many in the middle class of our society, and having broken and discarded the fragile, unwritten compact previously existing during a period of growth and progress. That was far too late, and the tactics of the abject servant of the rich who soon took office destroyed a good bit of what was left. 8. The Tribune study sees the defeat of the Union as the end of an era, the end of what may be the proudest creation of the American labor movement in the 20th century, a large blue-collar middle class. That era, based on a corporation union compact in a state-subsidized private economy, had come to an end 20 years earlier, and the one-sided class war had been underway long before. Another component of the compact was the exchange of political power for money by the union leaders, David Milton, a bargain that lasted as long as the rulers found it to their advantage. Trust in the good faith and benevolence of the masters will yield no other outcome. A crucial component of the state corporate campaign is the ideological offensive to overcome the crisis of democracy caused by the efforts of the rabble to enter the political arena, reserved for their betters. Undermining of solidarity with working people is one facet of that offensive. In his study of media coverage of labor, Walter Pute provides ample evidence that in the movies, TV, and the press the portrayal of unions has generally been both unrepresentative and virulently negative. Unions are depicted as corrupt, outside the mainstream, special interests that are either irrelevant or actually harmful to the interests of workers and the general public, un-American in their values, strategies, and membership. The theme runs deep and long through the history of media treatment, and has helped push the values and goals of the American labor movement off the liberal agenda. This is, of course, the historic project, intensified when need arises. 9. Caterpillar decided in the 80s that its labor contract with the UAW was a thing of the past. The Tribune study observes, the company would permanently change it with the threat of replacement workers. That tactic, standard in the 19th century, was reinstituted by Ronald Reagan to destroy the Air Traffic Controllers Union, PATCO, in 1981, one of the many devices adopted to undermine labor and bring the Third World model home. In 1990, Caterpillar shifted some production to a small steel processor that had broken a Teamsters local by hiring scabs, a swift and stunning blow to the workers, a harbinger of what was to come. 2 years later, the hammer struck. For the first time in 60 years, a major U.S. manufacturer felt free to use the ultimate anti-labor weapon. Congress followed shortly after by effectively denying railroad workers the right to strike after an employer lockout that stopped the trains. Congress's General Accounting Office found that companies felt much more free to threaten to call in permanent replacement workers after Reagan used the device in 1981. From 1985 to 1989, employers resorted to the threat in 1/3 of all strikes, and fulfilled it in 17% of strikes in 1990. A 1992 study showed that 4 of 5 employers are willing to wield the replacement worker weapon, The Wall Street Journal reported after the Caterpillar strike, and 1/3 said they would use it at once. Labor reporter John Hoare points out that the decline in workers' income from the early 1970s has been paralleled by decline in strikes, now at the lowest ebb since World War II. Militant labor organizing during the Great Depression brought about labor's first and last political victories, notably the National Labor Relations Act, Wagner Act, of 1935, which granted labor rights that had long been established in other industrial societies. Though the right to organize was quickly weakened by Supreme Court rulings, it was not until the 1980s that corporate America felt strong enough to return to the good old days, moving the U.S. off the international spectrum once again. The International Labor Organization, ILO, taking up an AFL-CIO complaint in 1991, noted that the right to strike is lost when workers run the risk of losing their jobs to permanent replacements and recommended that the U.S. reassess its policies in the light of international standards. Strong words, from an organization traditionally beholden to its powerful sponsors. Among industrial countries, the U.S. is alone, apart from South Africa, in tolerating the ardent union-busting devices. Point 10. Paradox of 92, weak economy, strong profits. The headline of a lead article in the Times business section captures the consequences of the one-sided class war waged with renewed intensity since the end of the Affluent Alliance. America is not doing very well, but its corporations are doing just fine, the article opens, with corporate profits hitting new highs as profit margins expand. A paradox, inexplicable and insoluble. One that will only deepen as the architects of policy proceed without interference from meddlesome outsiders. 11. What the paradox entails for the general population is demonstrated by numerous studies of income distribution, real wages, poverty, hunger, infant mortality, and other social indices. A study released by the Economic Policy Institute on Labor Day, 1992, fleshed out the details of what people know from their experience. After a decade of Reaganism, most Americans are working longer hours for lower wages and considerably less security, and the vast majority are in many ways worse off than in the late 1970s. From 1987, real wages have declined even for the college-educated. Poverty rates were high by historic standards, and those in poverty in 1989 were significantly poorer than the poor in 1979. The poverty rate rose further in 1991, the Census Bureau reported. A congressional report released a few days later estimates that hunger has grown by 50% since the mid-1980s to some 30 million people. Other studies show that 1 of 8 children under 12 suffers from hunger, a problem that reappeared in 1982 after having been overcome by government programs from the 1960s. Two researchers report that in New York, the proportion of children raised in poverty more than doubled to 40%, while nationwide, the number of hungry American children grew by 26% as aid for the poor shrank during the booming 1980s. One of the great golden moments that humanity has ever experienced, a spokesman for the culture of cruelty proclaimed, Tom Wolfe. Point 12. The impact is brought out forcefully in more narrowly focused studies, for example, at the Boston City Hospital, where researchers found that the number of malnourished, low-weight children jumped dramatically following the coldest winter months, when parents had to face the agonizing choice between heat or food. At the hospital's clinic for malnourished children, more were treated in the first 9 months of 1992 than in all of 1991. The wait for care reached 2 months, compelling the staff to resort to triage. Some suffer from third-world levels of malnutrition and require hospitalization, victims of the social and financial calamities that have befallen families and the massive retrenchment in social service programs. 13. By the side of a road, men hold signs that read "Will work for food," a sight that recalls the darkest days of the Great Depression. But with a significant difference. Hope seems to have been lost to a far greater extent today, though the current recession is far less severe. For the first time in the modern history of industrial society, there is a widespread feeling that things will not be getting better, that there is no way out. To fight to the death. The victory for working people and for democracy in 1935 sent a chill through the business community. The National Association of Manufacturers warned in 1938 of the hazard facing industrialists in the newly realized political power of the masses. Unless their thinking is directed, we are definitely headed for adversity. A counteroffensive was quickly launched, including the traditional recourse to murderous state violence. Recognizing that more would be needed, corporate America turned to scientific methods of strike breaking, human relations, huge PR campaigns to mobilize communities against outsiders preaching communism and anarchy and seeking to destroy our communities, and so on. These devices, building upon corporate projects of earlier years, were put on hold during the war, but revived immediately after, as legislation and propaganda chipped away at labor's gains, with no little help from the union leadership, leading finally to the situation now prevailing. Point 14. The shock of the labor victories of the New Deal period was particularly intense because of the prevailing assumption in the business community that labor organizing and popular democracy had been buried forever. The first warning was sounded in 1932, when the Norris-LaGuardia Act exempted unions from antitrust prosecution, granting labor rights that it had received in England 60 years earlier. The Wagner Act was entirely unacceptable, and has by now been effectively reversed by the business-state media complex. In the late 19th century, American workers made progress despite the extremely hostile climate. In the steel industry, the heart of the developing economy, union organization reached roughly the level of Britain in the 1880s. That was soon to change. A state business offensive destroyed the unions with considerable violence, in other industries as well. In the business euphoria of the 1920s, it was assumed that the beast had been slain. American labor history is unusually violent, considerably more so than in other industrial societies. Noting that there is no serious study, Patricia Sexton reports an estimate of 700 strikers killed and thousands injured from 1877 to 1968, a figure that may grossly understate the total casualties. In comparison, one British striker was killed since 1911.15. A major blow against working people was struck in 1892, when Andrew Carnegie destroyed the 60,000-member Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers, AISW, by hiring scabs. Yet another anniversary that might have been commemorated in 1992, when the UAW was laid low by the very same methods, revived after a 60-year lapse. The leading social historian Herbert Gutman describes 1892 as the really critical year that shaped and reshaped the consciousness of working-class leaders and radicals, of trade unionists. The use of state power for corporate goals at that time was staggering, and led to a growing awareness among workers that the state had become more and more inaccessible to them and especially to their political and economic needs and demands. It was to remain so until the Great Depression. The 1892 confrontation at Homestead, commonly called the Homestead Strike, was actually a lockout by Carnegie and his manager on the scene, the thuggish Henry Clay Frick. Carnegie chose to vacation in Scotland, dedicating libraries he had donated. On July 1 the newly formed Carnegie Steel Corporation announced that no trade union will ever be recognized at the Homestead Steel Works hereafter. The locked-out workers could reapply individually, nothing more. It was to be a finish fight against organized labor, the Pittsburgh Press proclaimed, a fight to the death between the Carnegie Steel Company, Limited, with its $25 million capital, and the workmen of Homestead, the New York Times reported. Carnegie and Frick overcame the workers of Homestead by force, first sending Pinkerton Guards, then the Pennsylvania National Guard when the Pinkertons were defeated and expelled by the local population. The lockout crushed the largest trade union in America, the AISW, and it wrecked the lives of its most devoted members, Paul Krauss writes in his comprehensive history. Unionism was not revived in Homestead for 45 years. The impact was far broader. Destruction of unions was only one aspect of the general project of disciplining labor. Workers were to be desk-idled, turned into pliable tools under the control of scientific management. Management was particularly incensed that the men ran the mill and the foreman had little authority in Homestead, one official later said. As discussed earlier, it has been plausibly argued that the current malaise of U.S. industry can be traced in part to the success of the project of making working people as stupid and ignorant as it is possible for a human creature to be, in defiance of Adam Smith's warning that government must take pains to prevent this fate for the laboring poor as the invisible hand does its grim work. See pages 25, 145. On the contrary, business called upon state power to accelerate the process. Elimination of the mechanisms to consult our neighbor is a companion process in the taming of the herd. Homestead was a particularly tempting target because workers there were thoroughly organized, and in control of local political life as well. Homestead held firm through the 1880s while a few miles away, in Pittsburgh, labor suffered severe defeats. Its multi-ethnic workforce demanded their rights as freeborn American citizens in what Krauss describes as a workers' version of a modern American republic, in which workers would have freedom and dignity. Homestead was the nation's preeminent labor town, Krauss writes, and Carnegie's next target in his ongoing campaign to destroy the right to organize. 16. Carnegie's victory at Homestead enabled him to slash wages, impose 12-hour workdays, eliminate jobs, and gain monumental profits. This magnificent record was to a great extent made possible by the company's victory at Homestead, a historian of the company wrote in 1903. Carnegie's free enterprise achievements relied on more than the use of state violence to break the Union. As in the case of other industries from textiles to electronics, state protection and public subsidy were critical to Carnegie's success. Under the beauties of the protective tariff system, the manufacturing interests of the country are experiencing unparalleled prosperity, the Pittsburgh Post reported on the eve of the lockout, while Carnegie and others like him were preparing an enormous reduction in the wages of their men. Carnegie was also a master swindler, defrauding the city of Pittsburgh in collusion with city bosses. Famed as a pacifist as well as philanthropist, Carnegie looked forward to millions for us in armor in construction of battleships purely for defense, he explained, hence in accord with his pacifist principles. In 1890 Carnegie had won a large naval contract for his new Homestead plant. It was with the help of powerful politicians and crafty financiers who operated in the grand arenas of national and international government as well as in the backrooms of Pittsburgh's businesses and City Hall that Carnegie was able to construct his immense industrial fiefdom. Krauss writes, the world's first billion-dollar corporation, U.S. Steel. Meanwhile, the new Imperial Navy was defending the U.S. off the coasts of Brazil and Chile and across the Pacific. 17. The press gave overwhelming support to the company, as usual. The British press presented a different picture. The London Times ridiculed this Scotch Yankee plutocrat meandering through Scotland in a four-in-hand opening public libraries, while the wretched workmen who supply him with ways and means for his self-glorification are starving in Pittsburgh. The far-right British press ridiculed Carnegie's preachings on the rights and duties of wealth, describing his self-congratulatory book Triumphant Democracy as a wholesome piece of satire in the light of his brutal methods of strike-breaking, which should be neither permitted nor required in a civilized community, the London Times added. In the U.S., strikers were depicted as brigands, blackmailers whom all the world loathes, Harper's Weekly, a mob bent on ruin, Chicago Tribune, anarchists and socialists, preparing to blow up the federal building and take possession of the money in the Treasury vaults, Washington Post. Eugene Debs was a lawbreaker at large, an enemy of the human race, who should be jailed, he soon was, and the disorder his bad teachings has engendered must be squelched, New York Times. When Governor John Altgeld of Illinois wired President Cleveland that press accounts of abuses by strikers were often pure fabrications or wild exaggerations, the nation condemned him as boorish, impudent, and ignorant. The president should put him in his place forthwith for his bad manners and the bad odor of his own principles. The strikers are untaught men of the lowest class, the nation continued, they must learn that society is impregnable and cannot allow them to suspend, even for a day, the traffic and industry of a great nation, merely as a means of extorting 10 or 20 cents a day more wages from their employers. The press was not alone in taking up the cudgels for the suffering businessman. The highly respected Reverend Henry Ward Beecher denounced the importation of the communistic and like European notions as abominations. Their notions and theories that the government should be paternal and take care of the welfare of its subjects sick and provide them with labor, is un-American. God has intended the great to be great, and the little to be little. How much has changed over a century? 18. After its victory at Homestead, the company moved to destroy any vestige of workers' independence. Strike leaders were blacklisted, many jailed for lengthy periods. A European visitor to Homestead in 1900 described Carnegie's triumphant democracy as feudalism restored. He found the atmosphere heavy with disappointment and hopelessness, the men afraid to talk. 10 years later, John Fitch, who took part in a study of Homestead by urban sociologists, wrote that employees of the company refuse to talk to strangers, even in their homes. They are suspicious of one another, of their neighbors, and of their friends. They do not dare openly express their convictions, or assemble and talk over affairs pertaining to their welfare as mill men. Many were discharged for daring to attend a public meeting. A National Union journal described Homestead as the most despotic principality of them all in 1919, when the 89-year-old Mother Jones was dragged to their filthy jail for daring to speak in behalf of the enslaved steel workers, though some were later allowed to speak for the first time in 28 years in Homestead, Mother Jones recalled. So matters continued until the movements of the 1930s broke the barriers. The relation between popular organization and democracy is vividly illustrated in this record. 19. We cannot really say that the current corporate offensive has driven working-class organization and culture back to the level of a century ago. At that time working people and the poor were nowhere near as isolated, nor subject to the ideological monopoly of the business media. At the turn of the century, John Becken writes, the U.S. labor movement published hundreds of newspapers, ranging from local and regional to national weeklies and monthlies. These were an integral part of working-class communities, not only reporting the news of the day or week, but offering a venue where readers could debate political, economic, and cultural issues. Some were as large, and in many ways as professional, as many of the capitalist newspapers they coexisted with. Like the labor movement itself, this press spanned the range from a fairly narrow focus on workplace conditions to advocacy of social revolution. The socialist press alone had a circulation of over 2 million before World War I, its leading journal, the Weekly Appeal to Reason, reached over 760,000 subscribers. Workers also built a rich array of ethnic, community, workplace and political organizations, all part of vibrant working-class cultures that extended to every domain and retained their vitality until World War II despite harsh government repression, particularly under the Wilson administration. Repression aside, the labor press ultimately succumbed to the natural effects of the concentration of wealth. Advertisers kept to capitalist competitors that could produce below cost, and other market factors took their toll, as happened to the mass working-class press in England as late as the 1960s. Similar factors, along with federal government policy, undermined efforts in the 1930s to prevent radio from becoming, in effect, a corporate monopoly. 20. Left intellectuals took an active part in the lively working-class culture. Some sought to compensate for the class character of the cultural institutions through programs of workers' education, or by writing best-selling books on mathematics, science, and other topics for the general public. Remarkably, their left counterparts today often seek to deprive working people of these tools of emancipation, informing us that the project of the Enlightenment is dead, that we must abandon the illusions of science and rationality, a message that will gladden the hearts of the powerful, delighted to monopolize these instruments for their own use. One recalls the days when the evangelical church taught not dissimilar lessons to the unruly masses, as their heirs do today in peasant societies of Central America. It is particularly striking that these self-destructive tendencies should appear at a time when the overwhelming majority of the population wants to change the inherently unfair economic system, and belief in the basic moral principles of traditional socialism is surprisingly high, CP 106. What is more, with Soviet tyranny finally overthrown, one long-standing impediment to the realization of these ideals is now removed. However meritorious personal motives may be, these phenomena in left intellectual circles, in my opinion, reflect yet another ideological victory for the culture of the privileged, and contribute to it. The same tendencies make a notable contribution to the endless project of murdering history as well. During periods of popular activism, it is often possible to salvage elements of truth from the miasma of information disseminated by the servants of power, and many people not only consult their neighbors but learn a good deal about the world. Indochina and Central America are two striking recent examples. When activism declines, the commissar class, which never falters in its task, regains command. While left intellectuals discourse polysyllabically to one another, truths that were once understood are buried, history is reshaped into an instrument of power, and the ground is laid for the enterprises to come. 3. To consult our neighbor. The men and women who fought for hearth and home in 1892 provided a lesson as important for our age as it was for their own. Labor historian David Montgomery writes in summarizing a collection of reports on homestead. People work in order to provide their own material needs, but that everyday effort also builds a community with purposes more important than anyone's personal enrichment. The last 100 years have shown how heavily the health of political democracy in a modern industrial society depends on the success of working people in overcoming personal and group differences to create their own effective voice in the shaping of their own futures. The fight for hearth and home is still with us. 21. The community of labor in Homestead was destroyed by state violence mobilized to protect the claims of business enterprises to undisturbed use of their property in their pursuit of personal gain, Montgomery writes. The impact on workers' lives was enormous. By 1919, after organizing efforts were broken once again in this case, with the help of Wilson's Red Scare, the average compulsory work week in American steel mills was 20 hours longer than in British ones, and American hours were longer than they had been in 1914 or even 1910, Patricia Sexton observes. Communal values disintegrated. When Homestead was a Union town, large steps were taken towards overcoming traditional barriers between skilled and unskilled workers, and the rampant anti-immigrant racism. Immigrant workers, bitterly despised at the time, were in the forefront of the struggle, and were saluted as brave Hungarians, sons of toil, seeking which is right. Such praise from American workers was seldom heard in later years, Montgomery points out. 22. Democracy and civil liberties collapsed with the Union. If you want to talk in Homestead, you talk to yourself, residents said. Outsiders were struck by the atmosphere of suspicion and fear, as we have seen. In 1892, the working class population was in charge of local politics. In 1919, town officials denied union organizers the right to hold meetings and barred foreign speakers, and when forced by court order to tolerate meetings, placed state police on the platform to warn speakers against inflammatory remarks or criticism of local or national authorities, Montgomery. The experience of Mother Jones outraged others, but few could speak about it in Homestead. 40 years after the crushing of the Union and freedom, the establishment of rights at work through union recognition and the reawakening of democracy in political life appeared hand in hand in Homestead, Montgomery continues. Working people organized, democracy revived. As always, the opportunity to consult our neighbors in an ongoing and systematic fashion is decisive in establishing democracy, a lesson understood by priests in El Salvador as well as labor organizers in Homestead, and understood no less by those who use what means they can to keep the rabble scattered and bewildered. The struggle continues along an uneven path. During the past several decades, the institutions of power and their priesthood have gained some impressive victories, and sustained some serious defeats. The tendencies towards the new imperial age heralded by the international financial press are obvious and understandable, along with the extension of the North-South divide to the habitations of the rich. There are also counter-tendencies. Throughout the North, notably in the United States, much has changed in the past 30 years, at least in the cultural and moral spheres, if not at the institutional level. Had the quincentennial of the Old World Order fallen in 1962, it would have been celebrated once again as the liberation of the hemisphere. In 1992, that was impossible, just as few can blandly talk of our task of felling trees and Indians. The European invasion is now officially an encounter, though large sectors of the population reject that euphemism as only somewhat less offensive. The domestic constraints on state violence that are fully recognized by the U.S. political leadership are another case in point. Many were depressed by the inability of the peace movement to prevent the Gulf War, failing to recall that perhaps for the first time ever, large-scale protests actually preceded the bombing, a radical change from the U.S. assault against South Vietnam 30 years earlier, in that case without even the shreds of a pretext. The ferment of the 60s reached much wider circles in the years that followed, eliciting new sensitivity to racist and sexist oppression, concern for the environment, respect for other cultures and for human rights. One of the most striking examples is the Third World Solidarity movements of the 1980s, with their unprecedented engagement in the lives and fate of the victims. This process of democratization and concern for social justice could have large significance. Such developments are perceived to be dangerous and subversive by the powerful, and bitterly denounced. That too is understandable, they do threaten the vile maxim of the masters, and all that follows from it. They also offer the only real hope for the great mass of people in the world, even for the survival of the human species in an era of environmental and other global problems that cannot be faced by primitive social and cultural structures that are driven by short-term material gain, and that regard human beings as mere instruments, not ends.